Hello, everyone. I'm laughing because I started the stream differently from how I normally do, and then I was muted. And now I gotta figure out these buttons. They're huge. I'm trapped. I'm trapped in this shirt. There, okay. Hooray. Breathing. Oh, there's another button. And there are two on the other side too. Anyway, today's gonna be about performance, just like yesterday was, except for yesterday we did a bunch of the investigating, so I'm hoping today can just be a lot of progress. But then, then there's 30 days of other work to do that we got to cram into like 5 days so that we can get to extra stuff. Hey, Xyletics. I don't need excuses for that. I can talk about that whenever I want. Actually, I've been skimping on my workouts lately. I feel like I've been putting in so much effort into Skeleseller that, oh my god, this is so difficult. There's got to be some kind of trick. Jamu, haven't seen you in a long time. Welcome back. Happy 9 months. How's everything going? And hey, Renori. And hey, Maya. Oh, thank goodness. It's so warm. Okay. Yeah. Whew. Let's get some water. That was a tough day so far. Yeah, so hi everybody. We're gonna do a couple of easy things actually. We're gonna start by changing the journal link. This is currently linking to here and needs to link to here, which should just change the GID, right? Yeah, it does. Oops. Ugh, I did that wrong. There we go. All right, ecom journal. Hey, Curdlefish. All right, that's finished. All right, so start by profiling with most process calls cut out. I just want to see what the flame graph looks like. Yeah, this should be pretty simple. In fact, we could just not create workers. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just do this on the title screen. Yeah, this should be dead simple. I just want to see what this should look like. So we just sit on the title screen. I mean, what I could do is I could turn off the music at least. And now we wait here for a little bit. And we close it. Let me go load that up. Easy peasy. Okay, so I want to click this and then look at bottom up here. Apparently you can use WASD for this too. Yeah, right here you can. That's... I don't think this is expected. Although I don't ever know what I'm talking about. So maybe that's a real problem. How do you pan now? Oh, alt click. Yeah, I would expect there to be more gaps here. Is it web-based? No, it's not web-based. You can use the Chrome DevTools to look at any stack or any profiling trace if it's in the right format. Okay, well, let's look at some of these functions, I guess, rather than just conclude. That's strange. Oh, I have just a tiny bit selected. I still just have a tiny bit selected. How do I select everything? How do I move this pink bar? What is going on? You know what? I'm just going to load this again. Or, oh, maybe stop the annotation. That was an annotation. Aha, okay, great. Yeah, so this is what I want. So what do we look at in here? A bunch of time is going toward use normal cursor. 1 second out of 7 seconds. This can't be possible, right? Hey, Katie. Good to see you again. We're both windy enjoyers. I hope I'm not interrupting your 3.5 hour long streak now of not working on your own stuff. Fight the ADHD. Do your own work. Hey, Magnetic Mind. Yeah, I'm still a bit confused. We had a currency. Oh, nice. Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm still a bit confused as to how this is supposed to work. I have VSync on, so it's not just going to do a bunch of stuff for nothing. Hey, BC. But I'm seeing this. Set custom mouse cursors taking 32% of the time. This means I don't understand what's happening. Yeah, that's what this means. What am I trying to optimize? So first, all I'm trying to learn is if I just sit on the title screen, like what does the flame graph look like? Because in my mind, here's what it should be. We're running at 60 FPS. The title screen has basically nothing on it, right? So like we should see a bunch of dead time, but we don't see that. We see that over the course of 6.5 seconds, we use 6.5 seconds of time. I guess just unmanaged code time always has to take up all of the time. But yeah. Hey, Sarah. I am really hoping we can make progress on this stuff today. But yeah, this was mystery number 1 that I'm trying to figure out. There was non-activity. Oh. Is that what that means? But you can expand this into what looks like activities. What does that mean? Profile trace non-activities? I don't know what I'm doing. Let me look at this .NET trace non-activities. Designed to collect runtime traces, but it does not support non-activities. Refer to parts of the application that do not involve the execution of .NET code, such as static libraries or system calls. Okay, I gotta understand this still, because I don't understand what I'm looking at or doing. Yeah. I'd be surprised if you wouldn't be able to profile while in gaming mode. Assuming you can make it launchable, you just set it as a non-Steam game. Oh, like I make .NET Trace the game basically, but then how would I exit it? Can I exit through the game? Is that possible? Let me try. So we're on the title screen. I'm not going to do anything here, just nothing. I'm going to wait like 10 seconds, then I'm going to click quit. All right. That captured a trace? Oh, I didn't realize. I thought you had to exit it from the command line. 837. Yeah, wow, it did. Okay, interesting. I should write that down too. I'm still learning stuff. You don't have to exit the trace from the command line. You can just quit the game. So there's probably some like contract to quitting. Yeah. When finished, press enter or control C. If you don't do this, if you exit through the game itself, you won't have method information, so it won't be very helpful. Okay, so it's if it doesn't exit cleanly, this ensures a clean exit. If your game can quit without crashing, then you could also quit through the game. However, if it crashes when it quits, you won't have method information, so the resulting trace won't be very helpful. Okay, great. Hey, Phil. You can use instruments. Yeah, but a lot of what I'm trying to do is going to be on the Steam Deck, and I'm just using the Mac as a like proxy for what I could find quickly. Some of these call some sleep or other system call to do nothing. I don't know how Godot does that. Maybe it's not at the top, but buried in some calls. Yeah, and it might be that, well, I don't know. Let's look at this trace. Because, yeah, I still don't totally know what I'm doing. So here's the new one that I just took. And if we look at this. Okay, hold on. Hang on. How do we get back to that? I always forgot to do that. All right, we just scroll. But scrolling is hard. We got to do that. Yeah. Okay, so here we see this whole bar is pink. But this one is not. Yeah, this one did hardly anything. How do I... God, it's so difficult when you don't have a QWERTY keyboard to use WASD and actually know what's supposed to go where. When they're not arranged like they are arrow keys. So what is this? This is only 882 milliseconds, and it says unmanaged code time. And what is this? Question mark. Oh, drat. I'm not going to have method names for anything, am I? Oh, it turns out you do need to exit through. Oh, well. Yeah, this is why you have to exit through the terminal. Okay, so I don't know how you do this. Yeah. Hey, Sunset Knight. Hey, Sofameyer. I just want an answer to this question. This can't be that hard to figure out. Like, I have a misunderstanding. Did I launch this through the profiler? Yeah. I have a misunderstanding somewhere, and I can't seem to clarify it. Gaming mode does support swapping between windows of a launch. Ah, okay, interesting. All right, so we're going to quit this again. I'm going to write that down, what Xylotic said. My pushback was that I would need to close the game from the terminal. Yeah. All right, let's go load this up. This is from 840. Yep, that's right now. Great. We have one thread. Wait, what? Did I click the quit button? I might have clicked quit. No. There isn't code setting the cursor every frame, is there? There shouldn't be, but I can take a look at that. But even if it is setting it every single frame, it shouldn't be taking up 100% of the computation time. Like, this has got vsync on, so even if it's being done in process, it would only happen 60 times per second, and it can't be that difficult of a function to run. All right, so now we do this. And now yet again, we load in the trace. So yeah, this thread shows that almost nothing happened. But that's probably just the wrong thread. So here's the thread that's actually doing a bunch of interesting stuff. And yeah, over the course of the whole program, it shows. So probably I just need to find out, what does unmanaged code time mean? And like, what is CPU time? Did it only need three milliseconds out of all of this time? Because if so, that's totally fine. There are question marks in here too, strange. This is reflection stuff, and that's probably only at startup. Quit isn't actually quitting. It's just how the trace tool needs to quit. Quit is quitting. It's just then the trace can't do something that needs to be done. I don't know what. And I haven't looked into that, and it's probably like deeply technical. The other thread is the GC thread. Okay. Yeah. So what is this? Max size container process. Update configuration warnings. Engine is editor hint. Is that what's calling this? Oh my God. So stupid. All right. I really want to try something in the future. Really want to try profiling a game in GDScript that does something basic in process, like change the position of something, then do that exact same thing from C#. I'm curious if the marshalling will make the GDScript version run faster or at a higher frame rate. It's going to take me like half an hour to do. Call to is editor hint can probably be cached. All right. Again, I've got to find an answer to this question. I just have to. Like, why is unmanaged code time taking up the entirety of this? And it's probably just how this works. What does it do? It checks to see if you're running in the editor at the time. So in Godot, that would return true, but when running the actual game, it'll return false. At least I'm pretty sure. Returns of the script is currently running inside the editor. Yeah. All right, so you know what? I'm going to do this. Do you need to do that check every frame? No, we don't. So that one could be cut out, but I still don't think this is accurate. And it's like, this is what I can't wrap my head around. We ran for 23 seconds and this call is apparently taking up 10 of those seconds. Like, I just don't believe that. It's only running 60 times per second. And it can't be taking like half of the amount of time. It'd be taking 8 milliseconds per call. It would just be impossible. Like, our game wouldn't run. So if that is what's happening, then we have a gigantic problem. And I don't have an explanation for it either. But I don't think it is what's happening. Unmanaged code will be in engine C++. It isn't C#. I'm not sure that's true. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. It might be. But there's something else about it. Like, this is my code. This is actually managed code. Hey, Lava Cake, hey, Blob. Highlight the call and look at how big it is on the flame graph. It's much easier to visually understand. Yeah, so the problem with that is it's really hard to move this stuff around. So this is apparently this big, and it says 4.6 seconds. I don't believe this. I think what's happening, okay, so I think this is an artifact of sampling. Like we don't find calls that go super quickly. And when we sample, something is happening. Yeah, I think that's what this is about. So I want to ask ChatGPT about this because I suspect this is going to do maybe slightly better than I would do. So now let's form the question here. I use .NET Trace to measure measure the performance of my game. However, even on a screen with basically nothing running, I still see over 20 seconds. The trace still shows that 100% of the time is being used. Labeled unmanaged code time. Why is that the case? It shows functions running for 50% of the time that almost certainly aren't actually taking that long. And again, I think this is a sampling thing, and I'm curious. Show inclusive wall clock time across the sampled threads. If you trace for 20 seconds, have one main thread, that thread is alive the whole time. The profiler will account for 100% of that 20 seconds as something. If your game loop looks like this, even the game loop is doing nothing, the thread is still waiting on vsync, blocking on a native call, sleeping, sitting inside the engine loop. Profiler still attributes that time to whatever native frame it sees. Yeah, so pretty sure that the methodology I'm using for testing is bad methodology. And I don't know how to get a better test here. But anyway, I want to continue reading this. Yeah, it means 100% of the sample time is running in this. Why it shows this. Sampling and inclusive time. It's a sampling profiler. If your main thread stack looks like this, the thread is blocked and wait for vsync. The sampler sees this stack and attributes the time to this stuff. So you might see that. Okay, so how do we profile this? In the way that I was actually trying to get results? Because yeah, I think this is just a result of sampling. It still shows 100% usage. In fact, at that point, it says that over 20 seconds is an editor hint. Is that what it's called? Is editor hint took 10 seconds, which I know for sure can't be the case, or else our game wouldn't ever run at greater than 60 frames per second. What will trace look like if you do thread.sleep in process? Yeah, I guess we can try that. Thread.sleep. What is this in milliseconds? Seconds? Milliseconds. All right, milliseconds. Let's just do 500 milliseconds. So it'll sleep for half a second every frame. So now if I run this, it's probably going to feel super laggy. I'm not actually tracing it. I just want to see what it feels like when I run it. Yeah, it looks super laggy. Like buttons don't highlight accurately. So now we should trace it and see what happens. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to show that this is what's taking the time, because when it samples, it's now got like a crazy high chance of finding that particular thing. All right, load that trace. Click this. Interesting. Yeah, so it does find it. It says 88% of the time is going here. So as far as Godot is concerned, it's calling into my method process. Only 88%? Yeah, I mean, Godot has a bunch of stuff to do outside of that. Like if I put a sleep of 1 second, it would probably be 90 something percent. So we're getting what, 2 frames per second if we do this? Well, something like that. A little less than 2 probably. Yeah, so this will always account for 100% of the time. So yeah, I need to figure out a couple things. I gotta write this in my notes as well. .NET Trace works by sampling, causes a few unexpected things. Well, this means that you'll always see 100% utilization, even if the engine is just waiting around. It also means that you'll only ever find the biggest offender in terms of performance, but that offender may be doing something completely innocuous. A equals 1. Because something has to be the worst line of code from a perf perspective. Do you have to do that check every frame? Is it worth moving that check to already? Right. I don't have to do it every frame. But my point is, I don't think this is even important. Like that call might be something like 0.001 milliseconds, but it just happens to be one of the only things that I'm doing frequently. So it's like, oh yeah, that's 50% of the time. We could get rid of the call, but then something else is going to show up as, oh yeah, now that's taking up all the time. And that's what I was going through yesterday. And that's why I want to find out, like, what is the actual amount of time this stuff is running for? And there are ways I could do this by instrumenting code myself. Like I could put a check around functions. Oh, every 100 times I run, sum up the amount of time and then print out the average. But that involves me instrumenting every function. So is there some way to do this without me having to instrument everything? So let me ask this. So how would I find out which parts of my game are actually problematic from a perf perspective using Godot and C#? Use Godot's built-in profiler. I don't think that works. Yeah, I don't think this does anything for me. I even tried it the other time. I think it only works for GDScript. Distinguish CPU versus GPU bottlenecks. Man. This is not good. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. I also don't know if all these things that I identified are kind of pointless. Like calls to gd.randf. Like this involves marshalling, but how big of an impact is it? I don't know. I don't know what to conclude. C# profiling. I want to look at some of this stuff and just see what other people have done. Performance on game drops sharply with a large number of nodes doing basically nothing. Created a small repro project. Done in process callback. Instantiated 1,000 instances of labels. Hey, this is pretty much what I was talking about when it came to my test idea of like just write the same project in GDScript and C#, and I think GDScript will actually be faster. And here, yeah, it takes 2 milliseconds to do something. It takes 17 milliseconds to do over here. But they said that this is in 4 point whatever that happens. Otherwise, is C# faster? No, they're pretty much the same speed. Wow, this is like exactly what I'm going through right now. It's here. I first noticed the equality checks on string names take up a bit of time. Let me assume that the if-else chain might be part of the problem. Experimented in modifying script generators, use cached method calls. Interesting. Hey, Curtis. Tried something like method timer, where you adorn methods you want to evaluate with an attribute. I haven't heard of that, but yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'd probably end up doing is, yeah, like you said, write an attribute, have some reflection thing that adds in the performance tracing, and then go examine it afterward. But I'd still have to do that attribute on all the functions I think might be problematic. And the issue is then I'm instrumenting like my whole code base. Well, I guess maybe I'd only do it based on what I find through sampling. There's potential to eliminate all those comparison checks. So what have they talked about here? Hidden as off topic. What does it say? Yeah, this stuff does seem kind of off topic. Set to remove the call to set the text value. Just remove doubt. So the problem lies in marshalling between C# calls. This is a graph of only one node being active. We can see there's no difference between the two, which makes sense. However, increasing the number of nodes to 10 creates a 14% difference. You know what? This might be marshalling in a different way. This might be marshalling because they're calling process on a function that they don't know hasn't been overridden, which you'd have no control over unless you just use GDScript. And this was a year ago, so there's hopefully an update. I mean, the scroll bar is toward the bottom of this. I'm very intrigued to know what the end of this is going to be. Any update on this? There have been some attempts on it, and none of them actually saw the light of day. Talk about these efforts being canceled because of an upcoming new C# support. I think fewer C# developers believe this is an issue to the point there's no concrete PR. Their author discontinued them due to lack of testing to demonstrate they provide stable performance benefits. What did they try to do? Custom static lookup to handle invoke Godot class method. Incorrect benchmark design led to wrong performance numbers. No reason for the team not to merge it if the PR is fully qualified. .NET team isn't invested in creating performance improvement PRs. Doesn't mean they'll ignore the community PRs if it's qualified. I think it's hard for the modern .NET runtime to have marshalling performance on par with GDScript as the engine itself is a GDScript VM. Oh, man. You can sort of get around it by making your methods include something variant incompatible in their signature. So cause Godot to not generate a method binding and will avoid invoke Godot class method overhead. No longer be able to call this method from Godot. Oh God, this is bad. Developing a simulation resource management game, I encountered the same performance issue when building the inventory GUI. Each item in the GUI is a control with an attached C# script, sets button click hooks. Found this issue thread while searching for existing discussions. I removed individual item GUI scripts. Instead of the root, I instantiate the item GUI nodes and assign their button callbacks using delegates. Oh, this is not something I want to be finding out 2 years into a game project. Actual performance results indicate GDScript achieves 3000 FPS, C# reaches 2000. Oh man. Is this all using .NET Trace? I mean, it looks pretty similar. Not real Jesus. I'm gonna purge your message or delete at least. I don't think your very first message in my channel should be something with a link. I don't know what the link is, but yeah, there's usually like a, hey, can I post links or something? I haven't timed you out or anything. Just, yeah. Not legally enforcing it. They expect anyone to pay for a Patreon sub. Yeah. Hidden fees of a less mature engine. Yeah. It's Casey the programmer. I don't know who you're talking about, but the sharing a link to something, I mean, presumably this is some like, other creators' content, and your first message is, hey, someone should go check out this person's content. I just, maybe hang out in the stream for a bit first, or ask about if I would be okay with you sharing a link. And obviously the answer would have been no. Profile the code of Visual Studio over in the call tree below. You can see empty process method ran 58,000 times. Consumed several seconds. Yeah, I want to read more about this. I wonder if this is the same, like this is due to sampling here. Then check the source code. Not very experienced. I suspect these are auto-generated. So I wonder how much we'd actually be able to do here. Suggested the performance loss is mainly caused. Okay, let's skip down to the bottom here because, yeah. I see some performance improvements. These debug builds. For comparison, 4.6 numbers. Huh. Played around with the rookies 2 PRs. Shown real benefits with little changes, and criticism about inlining attribute was also addressed. More invasive change would be difficult to approve. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So let's, my brain is swimming right now because here are some constraints that we have. We can't rewrite everything in 33 days. That's not going to happen. 2 is I do at least sort of wonder if it was a mistake to use C# with Godot. And 3, like what, maybe not constraints, just thoughts. What can we do at this point? And how can we make sure it's working? Like, is it worth making those changes that I came up with? Trying to change fundamental architecture decisions not conducive to shipping a product. Yeah, by the way, my pushback is not necessarily that this resource that this person shared is not good. It's that, again, your very first message in someone else's stream is advertising another creator's work. Like, just maybe ask for permission, that's all. And yeah, I don't see this chatter even acknowledging this that I'm saying. I can tell you would have been much more frustrated during development using GDScript. Yeah, so that's something that's really tough to know. But I am curious. Can you expand on this some more? Why do you think I would have been more frustrated? And possibly it's because it did take some time for them to get improvements that I would have expected to be there already. But now maybe they have them. Like, I wonder if basically, like, should my next game be in GDScript? Or is that also shooting myself in the foot in a different direction? Is it really that poor that you consider rewriting everything? I'm not considering rewriting everything, just to be clear. Like, that's not on the table no matter what. But what's happening is if I run on the Steam Deck, we go from 60 FPS down to like, well, the average changes. We're running at 60 FPS and like one frame will take, I don't know, 3 to 4 times as long. And it just is seemingly random. And I don't think it's garbage collector related. I put in a button to automatically run the garbage collector. It doesn't cause this. I can run like, 20 times the amount of customers and workers that I have. So yeah, but the issue with this Cruddlefish is that there's always a most expensive call. Man, I can't type right now. And you don't know if that call is worth tackling. Hey, Chef Alton. And hey, Pressel. Sure, it's less fun for you. I actually don't mind the performance testing stuff. This particular issue is a little bit of a challenge. Yeah. Call the function, then return a bool, assign the value to a variable using auto-invert type, game crash at runtime, reaching the line of code because the type system couldn't infer the type. Yeah, although, I don't think that would happen in C#, but I also don't use the auto-infer type thing in C#, so I probably wouldn't use it in Godot either. What are we talking about here? So, what we're talking about is I finally understood the thing that I wanted to understand from before, which is I was profiling the game, and then I would see that 100% of the time was being used. And this is a consequence of just profiling using sampling and testing managed code. So something's always going to be using all of the time. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem. So then I was figuring out like, okay, what can I do to profile this? And I stumbled on an issue. Where is that issue? Yeah, over here somewhere. So I stumbled on this issue, unexpected C# performance loss on simple scripts. And people are talking about like, this is just a consequence of using C# at all. Like if you just put some nodes in a tree without any scripts or empty scripts, I mean, in, where is it? Wait, that's not right. Yeah, here in GDScript, they get to like 2 milliseconds per frame. And in C# it's at like 17 milliseconds. And yeah, what's their... Oh, no, they have a script that just sets text of things. So, yeah. That's just one example. The type system is just really buggy. Yeah. I guess if it's relating to crashes, that definitely would be problematic. It does kind of make me wonder about Godot. Like, I like Godot. And I like C#, and I'd like to use the two, and possibly something gets done here at some point. I mean, this was filed 2 years ago, and I know someone's made some PRs, and they're just talking about it today. And yeah, this person said a bigger PR with more invasive changes would be difficult to improve, especially since the new integration seems to show that performance loss is not as big as in the current integration. But to me, the original PR seems reasonable. I didn't get a chance to review it. I mean, even if this got merged today, it won't make it into any Godot release until like a month from now, probably. And then it'll be a bleeding edge release that wouldn't have been stable. Yeah. Not that it's in use now. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing with Unity, right? I've always kind of said this. Unity is a more mature engine just because it's had more bake time and more people working on it. And also, I mean, those people are getting paid quite a lot to work on it. But I don't want to use Unity. I still think my trust in it as a platform has been deleted ever since the CEO, since been ousted, made those decisions to retroactively monetize. All right, is there anything else? Running 5x slower than running it from a console app? What? Oh, they're talking about just some like random C# stuff. Even exporting, it always stays at 122, even when manually taking optimized code. Debug, debug, and export release. Make the default release configuration we set optimized to true when using export release. Wait a second, is this another thing? Oh my god. So what is this? Set optimized to true only when using export release. Am I exporting correctly? Because I actually did notice that when I ran, well, maybe this isn't true. When I ran the desktop version, it seemed fine, and just in gaming mode, it wasn't fine. But it was the same executable both ways, so I'm not sure why that would have been the case. Hey, Grandra. Could it just be shader compilation or something? I think if it were, that it wouldn't keep happening as the game were open, were left open. Also, can't do nested types, array of int, or dictionary string, or invalid types. Can you do it by making like an array of custom type, and then have custom type be an array of int? Is that possible? Hey, Goldskin, how you doing? You can do an array of resources. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what I'm going to conclude from all of this stuff. How do I even look into this? It says, can you check explicitly setting it to true in common.cs proj? May not be setting it. The project uses the SDK, which won't recognize it. What did I say? That indeed fixed the issue. So I assume the whole solution is built with export release, which then does not apply optimized true. What is this screenshot? Oh, it's of a game. I thought this was a terminal. And I'm like, why would someone have that as their background? For other people, just add a dictionary.build.props with this content. Configurations export. Okay, let me take a look at this. Does this even apply? I only have this for excluding this. Let .NET know that export release is meant to be a release configuration. Also consider whether we actually need 3 configurations or we can just use default debug. What's been done about this since then? This was 2024. There are no type aliases, so you can make custom type that has one field that is the nested type. Yeah. I mean, if there is some simple way through this, then great. I'll just apply it and we'll hopefully be fine. And I did run the code. So, okay, I set up my, hey TJ, I set up my Steam Deck yesterday to have the Skeleseller code base on it. And then I built and ran and everything was seemingly flawless. However, or like close enough. Then I ran the Steam version in desktop mode and that also seemed fine. And then I ran the Steam version in gaming mode and that had the occasional like 3 to 4x frame spike that I saw. There are gotchas, yeah, you have to know about. Yeah, it does make me wonder what would it have been like if I just used GDScript for all this stuff. Because my own take on this is that I think every engine out there, including one you make yourself, is going to have gotchas. And if it's one you make yourself, you'll hopefully know the gotchas. But maybe the gotcha is that, well, every time you run into a problem, you're the one who has to fix it. Anyway, all engines are going to have some like rough edges. And the question is, does Godot have too many of them? I don't know. I've been happy up until now. And again, if we can figure this out, I'd be pretty happy. But today is not looking like a, oh yeah, this is going to take 2 hours and we're done kind of day. So what else has been done about this? This is still open after all this time, having the same issue. Building my game with Godot gives me about 80 FPS. Building it with .trace attached gives me 175 FPS. Export and editor builds. The only way to do that, debug and release, would be to check if we're publishing. There's no way to check this. The only way to use private and undocumented is publishing. Changing the configuration names would be a big breaking change. So wait, there is still a workaround for this for me, right? Currently a project where we can't have specific export, release, export, debug. So even when exporting the project, it'll always be debug. Plan to make my own engine for the next game, but part of that is for exploration purposes. Yeah, man, if I made my own game engine, I feel like a few things would happen. One, I'd spend like 2 years on just an engine, and I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to be making my next game after Skeleseller. So that's one thing, is time. The other thing would be the maintenance burden. It's like, what happens when some new rendering technology comes out and everyone switches to it, and I'm like, well, I'm on the old stuff, and now I can't make use of that performance gain unless I go code a bunch of stuff. And then yeah, 3 is quality. Like, what if I just make something and it's just not as good as a regular engine would be? You already basically made a game engine for Botland. I mean, not really. I cobbled together other technologies. Whoops. So I had like rendering in the form of Pixie, and I had input in the form of, I don't even remember what, Howler. No, not Howler. What was it called? Hammer Time or something like that. I don't remember what it was. And yeah, sound was Howler and some other stuff. If that's what making your own engine is, then I guess you could make your own engine. But I was thinking of like making the rendering stuff from scratch, making the sound stuff from scratch. That would be obnoxious. Could be a Steam Deck thing. Quick search mentions refresh rates. I looked into all the Steam Deck stuff that I have accessible to me because there are a bunch of performance things you can modify, and none of them were on in a concerning way. I am very curious about this, and I want to try this because it sounds like something pretty easy to do. Just add a directory.build.props to this content. Project property group. Good middle ground to just making your own engine. Yeah, it probably would be. So what, I just make this over here? What am I supposed to do? Directory.build.props. Okay, I'm going to make this, and I'm going to type something wrong in here. There, prop peer T group. In fact, let's make it really obvious. Let's just type a bunch of Qs. And I want to see what happens when we build now. Does it use that somehow? It does. Okay. So what now? I publish onto the Steam Deck? How does this work? Configuration equals export release. I wonder how you check this. So I need to export this and then try running, but how would I know how fast it's running? I wouldn't, because I don't have any sort of frame rate overlay, right? Oh, wait, no, but Steam can give me that as long as I launch it through Steam. All right, I don't know. Let's try this. All right, so save. Okay, great. Do I have Steam running? I do. How do you add a game from outside of Steam? Shouldn't there be a menu at the top that opens? Why is that not happening? I've had it happen with Steam before. I don't know why, but like with any other application that you have open, if you just slam your mouse at the top, it opens this. For Steam, that's not happening right now. I don't know why that's the case. Isn't there like a Shift F10 or something you can press to get that to happen? Mac OS open menu bar. No, wait, no, not open menu bar. I want a hotkey for that. Control F2. Control F2. This is not working. I guess I should try it in an app where I actually know this is working. It's not doing anything there either. Bottom left, add a game, add non-Steam game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try that out. Okay, so let's make sure that worked. So we're going to go into game out, Mac Steam. This should be built right now, right? 920, yep. Okay, then we're going to unzip it over here. And I guess let's just run this first. Let's make sure it works outside of Steam. Oh no, I left in the sleep 500. Oh God. We were testing something earlier. No, where is that? It's in max size container. Yeah, whoops. Okay, let's rebuild. I was like, why is this so laggy? So now we gotta export again. Well, we know the game runs at least. That'll be a quick frame rate win. Yep. Okay, that seemed way too fast. Oh, it's not finished. Maybe. It says making zip. No, failed to build project. What? Failed to build project? I cut out one line of code. The K beneath project is unrecognized? I must have accidentally pressed something. Yeah. Oh, right, because I was trying to press... Okay, yeah. Sure. So this should just be the game. And everything should be fine in here, right? Yeah, okay, feels fine, great. Okay, now we export to here. Yep, cool. And I mean, it would be pretty cool if it was just like, oh yeah, this speeds everything up by like 300%. Everything's fine now. It's like training with weighted gloves and weighted boots on. Finally taking them off. All right, so we're just waiting for this to be finished. There we go. It printed out a bunch of red stuff over here. What's that? Cannot find part. Oh, this always happens. This is fine. Well, I probably should find out why that's happening at some point. All right, so we do that. We delete this. We paste this here. Open it up. Try running the application. So yeah, everything looks fine. Now let's run it through Steam, which I think should be doable. Add a non-Steam game. And browse to here. Open. Add. Okay, so this added, can I like rename this? Yeah, I can. Okay, so Scala Cellular Local. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now if we run this, I think we can use the Steam overlay. Although I am not sure about that. Okay, cool. Now where's the performance thing? I think it's in settings somewhere. It's at the bottom, right? No, there it is. Show performance monitor. Where'd it go? How'd I lose that? There, off, on, top left. And don't we customize what it's got in there? Detail, FPS details. Text scaling, let's crank it up. Okay, cool. Now we turn that off and go back to the game. So FPS 60, if we turn off VSync, Oh, I was like, why is it 30? Because this is such a 30. Yes, very sensible. Okay, so I don't think this did anything because, yeah, it says like 120-ish. That's what we were getting in the editor as well. Hey, yo, hey, Weatherstorm. Yeah, I don't think this has any difference. All right, well, I mean, there's our chart, right? What do these numbers mean? Max and min, maybe? So, like, as this goes to the right, the minimum should increase if I'm correct about that. So once it gets past this little thing there, now it's at 22, 24. Is it going to drop again? Because if so, it's not the min, it's like the starting. No, now is it going to rise, though, as it gets past this? I think there might be an average. I'm not actually sure. I don't know what that number is. I don't know what that number is either, actually. Yeah, what is this? Steam overlay. What are these numbers? Graph 1 second average FPS value over a 90-second window in green. Additionally, if there are any min FPS values we consider possibly bad, it showed as red, then we also graph those in red. Man, all I want is them to point at each one of these things and label it. It's 26 is the red line. Yeah, but I do think the important thing here is that there's no like, this isn't, 4,000 or something. So yeah, it looks like FPS is hovering around 110, whatever. And if I open up the actual like launch version of the game, like this one, it's probably going to be pretty much the same numbers, right? I mean, I know it's showing much faster, but that could be a coincidence. Could also be that I made some other code change I'm not aware of. $240 FPS, we did it. Yeah, I don't know if this had any impact. And they asked over here, where was it? You check bin logs to see if the optimize property was set to true. What is that? I think they just mean the logs in the binary itself. C# view, like check if optimization is enabled in binary. So the gray spike on your stream coming out from behind the keyboard camera, that's the green screen. Thanks for pointing that out. I just bump it with the chair every once in a while. Is there a way to tell if it's been compiled with the optimization parameter? One way to check is to look at the debuggable attribute on the assembly. Disable optimizations flag will not be set if it's past the /optimized option. Is there an easier way to check? Look at the assembly manifest. I don't know. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, Spiro. Favorite place to chill out in the morning and code, and your progress is a continuous inspiration for me to work on my game. I can't wait to play this in full glory on my Steam Deck. Thanks, Spiro, and thanks for the resub too. Yeah, it's been quite the journey, and I am faced with yet another difficult problem that I hope we can make it through today. So there's this is optimized thing over here, we could potentially put this into our code and just have it print out at the beginning. I mean, I guess let's just try it. Yeah, let's just try it. So on the title screen, let's change the button here to be story mode button text equals, so I need this somewhere. This assembly. Debuggable attribute. Am I missing anything else here? Why is this red? Must be defined in the top level static class. Yeah, let's just get rid of the, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not even gonna finish the rest of that sentence. Okay, great. So now how do we print this out? We do type of program assembly is optimized. Okay, so story mode button text equals $ is optimized. And I want it to be this way. Yeah, assembly is extensions. Type of program. I guess it's got to be the type of the main thing that runs. I possibly can't do this then. What did the AI suggest? Is that any better? Get executing assembly. Oh, that's nice. Okay, yeah, let's try that. So if I just run this right now, it should say false on that button, I think, because I'm not running with anything special. Is optimized false, yeah. So now we got to build and see if it's going to be optimized and see if that directory props thing, whatever, did something different. Export project. Should I live in Seattle or Bellevue or Redmond? Okay, so I'll give you the brief rundown on this. Seattle is on the west, and all of the other cities you mentioned are on the east. So people in Seattle say you're either on the east side or you're not on the east side, pretty much. In general, what I'd say is that the east side is like smaller cities, more open space, maybe like less nightlife. I'm generalizing here a bit. And yeah, that's about it. But I'd also consider where you are for work, because you might look at the distances and you might be like, oh, that's 5 miles away. That should be pretty quick to drive, right? And it will probably not be quick to drive. Traffic is kind of crazy. And traffic, this is probably true for most places, but traffic going into the city in the morning is going to be crazy. And then going out of the city in the evening will be crazy. So if you're going in the opposite directions, it's usually a lot better. So yeah, I don't know what you want to optimize for. Right on one of the train lines that apparently are finally connecting next month. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. That's very lucky. Just live in the city. Problem solved. Hey, Smack. Yeah, so at this point, if you're going to move to the Seattle area, pretty much any of the big cities you live in, it's now not very easy to get into or out of them on just like a normal day. Unless you're taking public transit. I live in Seattle and commute to Bellevue. Can't wait for that Cross Lake train to open. Hey, Weeb. Yeah. Yeah, I want to take one of the light rails. I haven't actually taken one yet. I'm just glad they finally accepted tap to pay or whatever it is, tap to use Orca card on the buses. And now they're finally, I think, putting in like Apple Pay. I don't have an iPhone, but if I did, I'd be very happy about that. All right, so delete these things. Paste this over here. Try running this. Whoops. I'll do this really fast and just see, does this show true here? It does. Okay, so then here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my break, but once I get back, I wanna write this down super fast. Where I left off, see if the directory props thing was actually needed to get an optimized build. All right, yeah. Hey, Scoreline. I am going to take my break really quickly. I'll be back in just a bit. So see you all soon. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again, everyone. So for those who are playing Jump Royale, by the way, I'll show you just a really quick rundown. So J is just jump upward. And then positive numbers are jump to the right of up. So 5 is J 5 degrees. So it's like 5 degrees from up. And -5 would be the other direction. So it'll jump just barely to the left. So a very extreme angle would be like J 60, which will jump me pretty far to the right. So that's how you control that. But close the game because we got to get to a couple other things. One, I want to publish this YouTube short that I made, which I think is actually pretty good. And I wanted to do it live on stream so that I can, generate a little bit of hype. So let's go publish this thing. Edit. Can we just make it visible through here? Visibility, public, update. I probably should have just done it through the video itself. Oh wait, whoops, that was already public. I didn't even update the right video. All right, let's just fix this. Oh man. Copy. All right, so here's the new short. Yeah, this one wasn't the listed one. That's what I meant to do. Use Claude Code? No, I don't use Claude Code. I do use Copilot. Don't I have this here? Publish my new short and get people to hype it up. Done. Okay, so what I wanted to check next is, do we get an optimized build if we don't have that file So where'd that go? Game directory.build.props. So what if we just move that somewhere else? Directory.build.props to, I don't know, temp. So now it doesn't exist here. We go build again. Export. Yeah, great. And then if this works, I'll put this code in the, I'll put this code on GitHub maybe. This is the JIT optimizer though. I don't know if that's the only optimizer. Optimize. Yeah, they have disable optimizations. I guess I gotta check for that. Yeah, I could have just printed out the debugging flags and looked at what they are. Well, whatever. We're about to find out. This can't. Oh, it's already done. Okay. So we take this, delete this, paste. Good vid, very promotional. Thank you. Yeah, I think that was one of the better videos. Oh, it still says it's optimized. True. Okay, so then I don't know what's going on. That's from now, right? 940, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is necessary. Or maybe that's not what is important. Maybe it's disable optimizations I should be looking at. Debugging modes. Yeah, we should probably just print that out. Debugging flags. Are these public? Yeah, it's public. Okay. So let's just print that. And what is it exactly? It's debuggable attribute dot debugging mode. There we go. And this is the assembly, which is assembly.getExecuting. Then this can be the explicit type. We can delete all of this. Modes. Debugging modes. Oh, let's try running this. I think we'll look for that in the directory tree. Better to delete it and then test. Hey, Phil. Yeah, I moved it to, whoa. I moved it to a completely different directory. So if I do ff directory.build.props, it's nowhere in the directory tree anymore. It's in a totally different path, which is here, which if I just print the working directory, it's, yeah, nowhere near this. Whoops. Let's go back to that for a second. So she was talking about other assemblies, not the main one. Oh, the main one's already fine, because if so, then I'm just being stupid about this, right? Where did that issue even go? Here it is. Let me just look at their performance test thing and see what their directory structure is here. They have a solution, a project, and then what's in their solution? Yeah, they have a common.cs proj. And that's what they were talking about in here. Thank you, ABC. Okay, so this is pointless. Yeah, this is pointless. Well, I still have those same questions from a while ago. Where'd that go? Yeah. Yeah, what can we do? How can we make sure it's working? Is it worth making those changes I came up with? For what it's worth, if I just launch the game on the Steam Deck right now, I don't know if I shut this thing down or if I just put it to sleep. Okay, I put it to sleep. So if I just launch the game, and I actually could share this. Yeah, let's stream it from here. I don't need this running. Stream. Error. You were logged in on another computer already playing it. Launching it here will disconnect. Wait, what? This isn't even the playtest version. Oh, strange. Okay, well, let's click this anyway. All right, so now it should launch the game on my Steam Deck. You should see it on the screen. Yep. So it's not running locally. And if we just click continue game over here, it's not bad. It's not like it's running at a very low frame rate or something. The scroll wheel is working weirdly. That might just be the input latency. Yeah, I don't know why that's so slow. Oh, maybe it's because it's Mac accelerated scrolling, which is getting interpreted as no scrolling. Yeah, if I like barely move the scroll wheel, it does nothing. But if I slam it, it works. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, because Mac has scroll wheel acceleration by default. So anyway, yeah, we can move items around. We can see battles working. We can, yeah, drag things. It's like, do you notice a frame rate lower than 60 right now? Probably not. I mean, if it were to stutter, you probably would. But yeah, the game is functional on a Steam Deck. So at the end of the day, even if we did nothing else, this is the worst it would ever be. So are there frame drops here and there? Like, yeah. And is there probably a more extreme issue at some point where, yeah, frame takes too long? Yeah. Is it worth making some of those changes that I had? I don't know. I don't know. Because it's not like we're running at 40 FPS and we're trying to get it up to 60. If that were the case, we'd notice every little change we make. Oh, now we're at 41 FPS. Now we're 42. Now we jumped up to 53 or something. We're at 60 and it occasionally dips once in a while. So yeah, I don't know how much work we should do for this. But probably at least some. I'm going to quit this. Yeah, it looks pretty fast. Yeah, it's not bad. And that's why I don't know what to do here exactly. Like, it's such a mess. So we have 33 days until launch. So is it worth doing anything right now? And I don't even know the answer to that question. You know, I should probably publish a new version and share it with a friend of mine who said that they tried this and that they noticed frame drops toward the end of the demo. Like, I wonder, you know what? Okay. No, I think, you know what would make me feel better is just improving some of these things that I found regardless. So let's just go through this list and just do what we can. And then I kind of want to write some of those issues down. I just closed that tab. All right, well, let's look at the history then. Nope, that's not how you do that. Whoops. There we go. Where is it? Wait, am I going to regret this? Okay, I don't care if you sell my Skeleseller email address, but I don't want to leak my personal email address. Where are the issues? There they are. Okay, so here are the issues that we had open. C# running in Godot is about 5x slower than running from a console app. So I'll put this there. I don't think this is super important. And what is this? What is this called? Other assemblies. Okay, so if you include other assemblies from your C# project or solution, this issue may be relevant. We don't do that, right? We have a solution file that has what projects in here. Oh, we have the internationalization stuff in there. Wait, but that doesn't make it into the game. In fact, none of this stuff makes it into the game, right? Shared. No, that's shared for other stuff. Tools, analyzers. Yeah, I don't think any of this matters. Yeah, I don't think any of this matters. Optimizations need to be enabled on those assemblies. This is as easy as putting this file alongside your .sln file. This file being, whoops, the directory.props thing. Yeah, here. So copy a link to this. Also, just move all these tabs into the other browser, right? There. All right, so there's that. I don't care about this one anymore now. Then this one is a PR. I don't care about that. I care about this one, though. empty C# script due to frequent string equality check. So it's not even the string equality check, I think. I think it's just having nodes. And I kind of want to try this, and it might not even be that hard to do. Or well, nodes with scripts, but the scripts don't need to do anything. Because I think just marshalling to call process is going to cause an issue. I want to test this, but it's going to take like a non-zero amount of time. All right, let's go try this. So create a project. Let's go find my Godot folder here. We'll call this, no, we'll make a new folder in here. We'll call it like perf comparison C# and GD script. All right, now I want to make the C# version of this. I guess we could just make two different scenes. Yeah, we could just make two different scenes. So perf comparison. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. All right. No need for version control. Create. Might be able to vibe code it. I don't even think I should need to code anything really. So I'll show you what I'm thinking of doing. I want to make a scene that has just a bunch of nodes. Whoops. Not literal nodes. I meant node 2Ds. But I don't think it should matter. Oh, actually. No, wait. First, okay. So this should be like main C#. And then I should make another scene that has something with a C# script. So this is going to be C# node. And we should call it that. Yes, I trust the authors. Okay, so all we have to do is override process. There. And we don't even want to call base.process. That's literally it. That's the whole function. Hey, Maybach. Hey, Digital Alchemy. High per node overhead. Yeah. And I just want to see if we're not doing anything special here. Although maybe this person said this. I forgot if they said this. They mentioned something about setting a label. Wait, am I mistaken here? Is this not the same issue? Oh, yeah, they have an empty script. Okay, never mind. Then I don't need to do this test. They already did this test. Yeah, so this was my hunch, is that just having a script will try calling process, which will do all the marshalling stuff, which you can't get around right now. Like this is just an engine fact when using C#. So I definitely want an issue about this. So when using C#, marshalling is expensive and sometimes unavoidable. For example, this issue creates empty button nodes, or like tons of buttons with like, yeah, an empty script. In C#, I'm guessing it's trying to call process. Has Godot class method. I guess just in checking to see if it has this. String quality checks too frequently. Yeah. In C#, the performance is notably worse than in GD script, where there's no need for marshalling. You can interpret their interop code in the call stack. Yeah, well, the thing I'm curious about was checking to see if it has a class method is being done a lot, but which method? And we wouldn't see that in here because the parameters aren't given. Well, the parameters aren't. The arguments aren't given to you. All right. Well, Yeah, let's move on. I'm going to get through as many of these things as I can. So see if the directory probably, yeah, sure, whatever. All right, start by profiling. Most of these cut out. Shows 100% usage. Yeah, maybe I should write that down if I didn't already. I think I did, though. You'll always see 100% utilization if the engine is just waiting around for an empty scene. Also means that you'll only ever find the biggest offender. Yep. Oh, and it also means that you can't tell if the biggest offender is important to fix. And that I don't have any way of knowing how to do this right now other than profiling individual functions. The only way that I know of to even check if a function is bad is to profile that specific function, e.g. with start and stop times, then maybe print an average every 100 calls or something. Hey, Kappa. Maybe that's worth doing. Maybe that's what we do. There was someone mentioned that thing earlier that's apparently not free anymore. Extensible tool for weaving .NET assemblies. For a significant effort to maintain, as such, it relies on financial support to ensure its long-term viability. It's expected that all developers using FODI become a patron. See licensing or FAQ for more information. So you can't use this for free? Wait, what? All developers? But it says using it, not contributing to it. Legally, it's free. Morally, it's paid. What? Oh my God. I don't understand why they wouldn't just write up. I know they have it as an FAQ thing. Why didn't they just modify the MIT license? Yeah, fine. I don't know. This just seems weird to me. Is it worth testing that theory with the is editor hint function? See if it matches up with the flame graph? Yeah, it could be. Although I strongly suspect that it is not matching up with the flame graph. In fact, I'm like 99% sure of it. But yeah, we can go test it. All right, I'm not going to go buy that software, so I'm just not going to use that. But we can probably write our own thing pretty quickly, at least just to profile one function. And then if we want, maybe extend it with some attributes and reflection. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to add an overhead itself. All right, so we go to max size container, and at the beginning of this, we print out or we collect the start time. So date time dot ticks. What is it? No, it's just long, isn't it? Start ticks equals date time dot ticks. Okay, long end ticks. The elapsed time in seconds, I guess I want. Remove unused. Yeah, sure, whatever. And then I want to print this every so often. So let's just make a list of, what is that, double? I know this is going to expand memory infinitely. I don't care about that. Tick counts equals that. Oh, and put private there. Add that, and then if tick counts.count %100. Actually, we could just print it when it's equal to 100 and then clear it out. Sure. Clear and double average ms equals tick counts dot aggregate. Yeah, there. That's great. I need to write out the rest of that myself, and then just print this out once. Average for name over the last 100 frames. Name. Process time over the last 100 frames. Cool. All right, so let's just run this. And we're not running into the profiler or anything. We're just gonna see what happens. So we have vsync off, I think. Yeah, I want to turn it on. So it's running at 60 frames per second now. And yeah, it's saying average time over the last 100 frames is 0 milliseconds. So I actually want it to be in maybe microseconds then. Ticks per microsecond. Yeah. So we rename this to elapsed. No, I don't need to rename. Well, I guess I technically do. Microseconds. All right, there we go. So that should give me a more granular figure here. Why can't you tell which methods are bad from the perf traces? Because of how sampling works. So if I think I closed this, but I'll show you in a second. Hang on. Yeah, so it's taking like 4 microseconds. Actually, something weird is happening here. What is going on with this? Did I mess something up? Why is it running like that? It's printing a large number than a small number. Let me make sure this is doing what I expected it to do. We add this, tick count has 15 things in it. Then we eventually get to this. We figure out the average. Why can't I skip over this? What's going on? Oh, because I'm in the function. Okay. That's not what that's supposed to do, right? And then we clear this, and now the count should be 0. Yeah. Huh, I wonder why that is happening. Anyway, okay, so when I profiled this, it said that over the course of 25 seconds, that like 12 seconds were going to this function. And I think it's just because of sampling bias. It's like, well, this is one of the only things we're doing. And yeah, it's not happening often, but when it is happening, we're going to attribute some time to this function. Daytime's not good for measuring that. Use stopwatch. Okay, yeah. Stopwatch equals start new. Stop. I'm going to assume that's correct. Let's just try it and see what happens. I mean, presumably we'll still get something on the order of like 4 microseconds. No, wait, it's still doing that. Why is that happening? What? Why would it do that? I don't understand that. No 2 times are within like 10% of each other. No 2 contiguous times. They're all like times 10. Or at least times 7 or so. Like, I don't have an explanation for why that would be happening. Yeah, I don't know why that would be happening. What am I missing? I don't know what I'm missing. Is VSync on? VSync is on, yeah. So it should be running at 60 FPS. Which, I mean, we could set this to 60 if we wanted and only do it once a second is pretty much what we'd be printing. I know this still says we're printing over 100 frames. Just ignore that. It's still happening. And now it's faster because I'm printing roughly 60% of the time. What's the min and max on the list? I don't know if that'd be helpful for figuring out why this is happening, but yeah, we could figure that out. Max value equals tick max and min value. There. I just don't feel like typing this stuff. Because this is not how I'd want it to print, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know why the times would be changing at all. Also, wait, this can't even... Oh, can be correct. Because we're averaging. But it's consistently this way. Like it's oscillating. And it's never not followed this pattern. It's always long time and then short time. And it's always like a very vast ratio, like 1 to 7 or 1 to 10. Yeah, I don't know. And is editor hint should always be false, by the way. We should never hit this code. Yeah, we never do. So all we're doing is testing this one function. I don't know what could cause that. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I could think is that Godot itself is caching it and clears its own cache every number of microseconds. Which why would it be doing that? Especially because this is probably defined as just a random Boolean thing. Let me go take a look. Unless they are doing some kind of test every time. There's is editor hint. Where is this defined? Oh, they do cache it. Oh my god. What? What? This is in reflection utils though. How? When do they clear their cache? I don't even see where this is. And I don't know what this is used for. Maybe this is used, maybe it isn't. Check 0 Godot execution in there. Yeah, if there's 0 Godot execution, I'm guessing that this will be... So if we just say if true or, then I'm guessing this is going to say like close to 0 microseconds. In fact, maybe even 0. Because it's not going to do anything. And with branch prediction, it shouldn't even run the branch eventually. What? The time went up? What? Shouldn't it be false? Oh, yeah, my bad. No, it should be... Oh, wait, no, now we're running these things. Okay, my bad. Yeah. I meant to not run this. All right, it's true that we stopped running this, but we started running this, which is why it went up in time. Yeah. I could have also just commented everything out. And that would have been better because I wouldn't have run into that issue. Yeah, it caused the if branch to run, but it wouldn't evaluate this condition. And that's all I was thinking of when I got out that line. Now it's stuck building for some reason. I think when this happens, I just have to quit VS Code. Oh, man. I really want to be working on different things from this stuff. Like, really, really don't want to be on this right now. But I do want to finish some of these performance things. So now it's doing nothing. And we're running in an average of 0.3 microseconds, 0.2 microseconds, sometimes a hundredth or 300ths of a microsecond. So yeah, it's basically doing nothing. So there are 1,000 microseconds in a millisecond. And our old average was what? I don't remember what it was. Let's put this back in. Because this does run every single frame. Our average was 2. So yeah, it's probably not worth worrying about this. It's still doing that 10x alternation. Wait, really? Even when there was nothing there? Because that's strange. Godot is going to try its best to call this 60 times a second. Yeah, it is doing that. You're right. What could explain that? So even with, let's just trim out the code. We pretty much have this. Print time. So that's our function. Godot will try calling this every 1/60th of a second. It's not guaranteed to actually be at that interval. And yeah, the reason there's something weird going on here is I would expect a running window of 60 frames or 100 frames. I think we're doing this 100 times. That it would be pretty much even. But something weird is going on, and I don't know what it is. In fact, let's set this to 1,000. Does that somehow amplify this effect? I don't know what would be different every other time and consistently every other time. We just don't have code that works that way. Now it's not printing anything out. Oh, there it goes. Oh, right. 1,000 frames is in real time. So it doesn't matter how fast this runs. 1,000 frames is going to be what, 16 seconds? So yeah, every 16 seconds it's printing. Oh, but it prints twice at once. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, that explains something. Is process being called twice somehow? All right, well, here's what we can do to find out, maybe. We can put a conditional breakpoint here and say average microseconds is less than 0.08. So now it should get hit pretty soon. Cool. So where'd this come from? Oh, hey, there's all that has Godot class method stuff. Yeah, in Node. Oh, man. Okay, well, let's write that in our notes. Node.cs has code like this. That should not be a link. If has... Actually, it's got a ton of code like this. Man, this sucks. Can I link to this on GitHub somehow? Invoke Godot class method? I don't know if this is in here or if this is generated. It's in node.cs apparently. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll just copy this. So the important part is this. If has Godot class method enter tree, call enter tree. Well, maybe this is stupid of me to do. Yeah. Has code that checks, calls this for each like node method, like exit tree, enter tree, process, etc. If it exists, it calls that function. Even just doing those checks without having the functions present will incur a perf impact. What GPU would you recommend? I'm not up to date on GPUs, so I unfortunately can't help you there. Apologies, C program. Hey, Krasner. Happy Friday. I saw you were a clips leader, but I didn't actually watch the clip that you made. Hey, Sergeant Sam, why does it print twice? I don't know. And I thought what we'd see here in the stack trace is that this is being called in a weird way. Like, imagine if there were two threads calling this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, that might be it. Maybe there are two max size containers in the scene. I didn't even think of that. I just thought we had one, but we might have two. Max size. Oh, wait, we don't have one here at all. We have one in the challenge run thing. Oh, we have, okay, yeah, we do have two in the scene. I know what's going on. I don't know why it's different times for those things though. But yeah, if we go look at title screen, what we really have in here is new challenge mode. No, not that one. Where is it? New challenge run screen here. This contains a max size container right there. But then we have the upgrades button, which, where does that go? I don't know where that goes. Maybe it shows a new container altogether. No, it's got to be here already or else it wouldn't happen. Yeah, here it is. Metaverse tab container with another max size container. Okay, so that answers that question. We have two of these, but then why are they different? Why are they drastically different times that it takes? I think we need to know how isEditor is defined to know that. Because maybe if it's no, they're both invisible though. Maybe it's how far down the scene tree it is. That could be it. That could be it. Oh my God, this is tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Okay, so here's what we're seeing here, right? We have new challenge on screen. If we go into this scene, there is a max size container right there. So it's like maybe 4 nodes down or something. But then the next one of these is down another node, another node, another node. And where was it? No, sorry, it's not down another node. I'm wrong about that. This one was right here. This one is here. But then, yeah, another 2 nodes down. It could be that that's what it took to do that. I don't know. All right, so this is no longer concerning at least. But yeah, I think what this means is we just ignore this. So sure, each max size container is taking, what, a fraction of a microsecond? Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's not true. Wait, even this isn't. We need to know. No, darn it. No, that doesn't make any sense what I said. Yeah, none of what I'm doing there would come into play because we weren't even running that code. I don't care. We're in the weeds here. This is very, very silly of me to even look at. All right, let's just copy this code somewhere else. We don't need start ticks here or anything. Where'd that go? Oh, I didn't even have it. Okay. So I want this code. I want to print everything, I guess. Average process time, int num frames equals 100, let's say. 100 is pretty good. That was not printing constantly. So average over this many frames, max, min. Perfect. That's in microseconds, which we probably want. Yeah, microseconds is fine because we're guaranteed to see some amount of microseconds, whereas we're not guaranteed to see an amount of milliseconds. Okay, so this is my perf code that I want to do, and we're gonna go test some things out. Anything else here that I need to write? Yeah, could game scope be causing issues somehow? Like, what if I change the native resolution of Skeleseller and play in windowed mode? All right, code to profile. There we go. Yeah, so there were some bugs that I found. We got to fix those at some point. Oh, man. All right, what do we have now? Steam Deck display have my language. Oh yeah, this is something I didn't understand, and maybe someone in chat knows the answer to this. So if I, on my computer right now, first of all, let's go to the title screen and stop changing the text of this thing. Where is that happening here? Yeah, I don't need that. All right, what am I doing now? I'm running this, yeah. So on my computer, I'm on a Mac right now, and I have this set to American English. And when I go into the game, in the typical American English way, we see that percent signs do not have a space before them. So if I just click this character and hover over this, here's the picture that we see. Bonus chance, 0%. And these are just mashed up against each other. If I go into the browser and type C# playground and we run this, and I do that, whoops, what did I mess up? Oh, wait. Yeah, whoops. No, that should, what am I doing? Is this just a, oh, is this a .NET version problem? Isn't this the code for, yeah, there we go. Okay, so I do this, it prints with a space there. And if I do this on my Steam Deck, it prints with a space even in Godot. And I have my locale set to American English. So is it possible that this is coming from like .NET or something? Because .NET is what decides, like this P0 is the percent formatter, which takes your locale into account. But why here does it print with a space, I wonder? I wonder if you can just print the current locale. Yeah, you should be able to. Print current locale. Yeah, current culture property. What is this? What? Doesn't print anything. Current thread, current culture.name I need. What? Is that why this is happening? Because it's not set? Oh, interesting. Doesn't that mean that I can C# string set culture? I mean, I guess it's on the same page. Set culture explicitly. Inf.show. Oh, interesting. Create a new application domain. Where do they set the culture? Oh, here it is. Yeah, so I want this to be over here, and I want to set this to enus. Thread does not exist. What is that? System.thread? Threading.thread? Yeah, and then culture info is system.globalization. Cool, run. Hey, look at that. I fixed it. Okay, so then there's current culture and current UI culture. I wonder if the UI one, is it capitalized? Yeah, so if it's not set, what is it choosing? What culture is used when it's not set? Shouldn't it default to the system? But then the system in this case is the browser? I don't understand this. Also, does anyone in the UK right now, what do you do for percentages? Do you write it like this or do you write it like this? British English percent formatting. I actually don't know this. I don't know how. I've never seen this before. Use this with no space in between. Okay, yeah, no space. So then what I could do is I could say that if your locale is set to English, to set the culture of, oh wait, no, but hold on. We don't know. There's probably some English speaking countries where you'd want to format numbers differently. All right, we should just ignore this. But I will write this down somewhere because this is not super obvious, I think. And I don't fully understand it. Numbers print according to the current locale, e.g. this. Prints 100% for me with enus as my locale. However, in the C# playground online, it prints as 100%. And this prints as nothing, but it's not null or it would fail. How can we get more information about this thing? They had a print info thing up here, right? Yeah, this. Current culture inf.show. They say, what is an info? Oh, it's up here. Marshaled by ref object. Show current culture. Thread name, app domain, current friendly, current culture. Yeah, this just doesn't exist. What does that mean? Like, how is it not set? I have uncultured threads on my computer. Supplemental API remarks. How a thread's culture is determined. If the property value is not null, if the thread is a thread, so this must be null. Globalization culture info dot default thread current culture. Yeah, this has to be null, I think. Console dot write line. Wait, what did I do? Default thread. Oh yeah. Gonna print null? Well, it prints nothing. How about is null? Is that true? Yes. Wow, who knew? Who knew? Set to invariant culture on .NET Fiddle. You can see by printing native name. What does that mean? It says English United States. Because I said it? Yeah, I said it. Invariant language, invariant country. What's that? It's culture insensitive. It's associated with English, but not any country or region. Wow, I never knew about that. This is because the default culture there is that, whoops, is invariant culture. All right, so for Scala Seller, what do we do? Culture is invariant on the Steam Deck for some reason. So option 1, say whatever and ignore this. Option 2 is when the language is English, default to ENUS. For British people, percents will look fine. For people outside of US, UK, it may look weird. Wait, no. It look weird probably no matter what, right? Because it's going to look weird to someone if you only pick one culture. Yeah. So who's it going to look the weirdest for? As in, who are the biggest? What's the largest country comprising English speakers playing Scala Seller? And it's probably US. That's my guess. So we should probably just optimize for the US then. And option 3 would be let the user pick it. This is stupid because no one cares about these probably. Probably want get culture info instead of creating a new one. There are some differences. In what? Oh, instead of doing this? If I were to do it for Scala Seller, you mean? Hey, Threefold. First way in UK. Yeah, gotcha. Sorry, I don't see YouTube chat all the time. I apologize. Wikipage shows the languages that use spacing for percentages. So this goes beyond just percentages, although that's all I'm talking about right now because that's what I noticed. But it's also for number formatting. So for example, in the US, if you have 1,000, you would format it as 1,000. In other languages, you might do any number of things. There's like 3 or 4 different ways, I think. But then, yeah, once you get to like 1 million, again, in English, or sorry, American English at least, it's this. So I would want all of that to be good. And that's all based on just whatever your locale is set to, your culture, I guess. And for whatever reason on Steam Deck, it's just not set. I just don't get it. Like, why is it set on Mac? What is different in the game? And it's not worth nitpicking about all this stuff. Like, I'm pretty certain I'm just going to go with say whatever and ignore this. Maybe I'll just file an issue really quickly and then just close it and say it's not worth tackling. So it seems like Scala Seller uses invariant culture on the Steam Deck. This causes percentages to render for me as 100%, even though I'm positive that the underlying OS is set to ENUS. I checked in desktop mode. IMO, this isn't worth tackling so close to launch, but I figured I'd file an issue so that it's captured somewhere. I think the best solution, if we were to do something, would be to default to ENUS if the language is English, since most English-speaking players will probably be in the US. But even, yeah. And it's more work to allow customization. And no one will probably go into the settings to change their number formatting. Well, not that kind of number formatting. Some people go into the settings for idle games so that if you have like, 1E37 or something, it prints out as that instead of whatever the actual word for it would be. Which, heck if I know. But it's probably some crazy thing that ends in the suffix "illion." All right, yeah, so let's just close this. I'm not going to do anything about this. Shot in the dark, but perhaps check your import settings for the font in Godot. It wouldn't be a font problem. It's like for sure a culture problem, because that's what controls the space being added, because the space is not a special character. Because, yeah, and it's using the same font regardless, which is the Skeletor font. Like if I were to take a picture on the Steam Deck right now, you'd see the same thing, but with a space there, and the same font and everything too. So yeah, I'm pretty certain it's the culture, and it's just set to invariant for some reason. I don't know why. I even checked. I did df-h to see if % signs print like that everywhere. They don't. See if I can get a trace on the Steam Deck directly. That way I can just stop the trace afterward and look at what caused the issue. You can also try searching through Godot issues. Have the demo running, which more frequently works on Linux than Windows. It's not just the Steam Deck. I got the same drops on high-end CPU. Yeah. So, I mean, we did this. This is what was kind of sad about this. I took my Steam Deck, I put it in desktop mode, I put all the code on there, I ran the profiler, I didn't even run the profiler. It just didn't cause any frame drops. And then I'm like, is this because I made a special version of the game? So then I tried the Steam version of the game, and on desktop mode, it still didn't really have frame drops. So there's something about gaming mode on this thing. And for those who haven't seen the Steam Deck, so gaming mode is this, where you're just like in Steam. You don't see any other OS stuff. There's no Windows. I can't like drag this around or something. It's just Steam essentially. But when you go to the power menu, there's this thing at the bottom that says switch to desktop. That puts you into a more Linux-like operating system. I think it's based on Arch. And there it just looks like a computer, right? If you connect it to a monitor and a keyboard and a mouse, you just use it as a computer. And in that, for some reason, it's not, it just seems to be running better. Like I ran the Steam overlay, I didn't really see dips. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Do you have plans for the next game? Or going to release updates to Skeletor? Hey, Yugo? Yugen? Let me know how to pronounce your name. But yeah, I have plans for the next game. I'm basing everything I do on the release of Skeletor though. So let's say the game sells like 1 million copies at first. Yeah, I'm probably going to support it for a while. But let's say the game sells like 2,000 copies and then dies out. Yeah, I probably won't push any more updates. Or maybe for like a month I'll push some updates. But I don't think we're going to devote a lot of development time to it. There are some metrics that people have talked about. I mentioned this a lot on stream, but there's how to market a game.com. This is run by Chris Sikowski, this guy. And he's done what is he holding? Is he holding weights in his picture? No, that's got to be some kind of trophy. Okay, it looks like a... I don't think I've actually looked at that picture. Anyway, he said that if you don't get, 400 reviews within 6 months, that you won't get those reviews. And he said that there's like 1 out of 20,000 games has bucked this trend. So it's like, do you want to try to be the next 1 out of 20,000? Probably not. Probably you want to have some more certainty. So yeah, I think there are going to be some little gauges here and there that say whether the game will be successful. I'm not expecting 1 million copies. To give you an idea, we're sitting at about 11,000 wish lists, and generally people say somewhere between 10 to 30% conversion. I think at launch, actually. So that'd be about, let's say, 2,000 to 3,000, maybe, sales. And that's not great, just in terms of I talked about this at the end of this video, this evolution video here of Scala. But minimum wage would be getting at least like 8,500 sales. Well, actually, it's more than that. It's probably more like, actually, how much would it be? I think because of revenue split and some other things that are happening, it'd probably be more like 11 or 12,000 sales for me to be able to pull minimum wage from this. I think he was holding look like Rob the robot. Let me look at that again. It did kind of look like Rob, but it's not. Yeah. I don't think it is, at least. Oh, maybe it is. It's just facing the other way. I didn't remember there being metal parts on that. I thought it was all plastic. It is plastic. I don't know. Did you settle on a price? Yeah, $15 with a 15% discount at launch. And it's got regional pricing too. So people who are in like India or Russia or the Philippines or something shouldn't be paying, you know, US dollar prices. Okay, when we only want a single element from a list, it's better to just randomly pick an element than make a new shuffled list. All right, where did this happen? Yeah, where did this happen? There's somewhere that we do this. Wander regions. Wander regions. All right, now where do we use this? Here it is. And then we call sample. Okay, so I want to profile this code. So let's go get our little profile-y code over here. Put the thing you want to profile here. Okay, and that's it. That's what I want to do. I want to put this up here. Oh, right, I need tick counts. I forgot about that. Title screen. No, it wasn't in the title screen. It was in max size container. Tick counts, yeah. So this has to be private static. And now what am I missing? Link. All right, that should work, I think. Yeah, that should have been num calls or something. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that video I think is pretty good. And if anyone hasn't seen the development of ScalaSeller over the years, it's only been 2 years, but still, this sums up pretty much all of it. The lessons I learned. I put a lot of time into that. So how expensive is this function call? And I wonder how frequently it gets hit. Okay, so very frequently. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay, so how about this? Let's do, since it's getting hit so frequently, let's call it over 1,000 times, or even, if I do it 1,000 times, it's gonna be 1/10 the frequency. Yeah, that's probably fine, because we're seeing about 10 of these per second, maybe. So then we'll see 1 per second, maybe even 5,000. Yeah, let's try that. Wait, your browser encountered an error while decoding the video on Twitch? Mega annoying. I'm guessing you can't hear me, so I'll type this out. Actually, I guess my answer is I don't know. So I don't have anything to type out. I'm sorry, Phil. Oops, whoops, I didn't mean to add that. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We should still see this print out. It'll be 1/50th of the frequency, which would be once every 5 seconds. That's not once every 5 seconds though. What about now? Okay, this takes a lot longer to get to 5,000 calls than I thought. But yeah, it's 5 microseconds per call. And it's happening. Whoa, what? One of those calls took 7 milliseconds? Wow, pretty crazy. All right, well, we can fix this. Hey, Jesta. We can fix this indeed. Where is it? Sample. So what does this do? This is a list extension. Okay, so what we want is public static t get random element. Where is random? We make a random for this? Wow, really? We could just use random not shared, I guess. List cannot be empty. I don't care about that. Oh, wait. Yeah, what would that mean if we... No, we guarantee this is going to have at least one thing? I guess when we're using sample, we have to know that it has something. Otherwise, we'd be returning null from here. Yeah, and it can't be null. Yeah, sure, this is fine. Okay, so here's what we were running before. So let's just copy these. Before, when creating a new list every time, which I already know is stupid. You don't need to tell me. So the after is going to be calling that new function now, which is what? Why did we have to cast this? Why did we have to cast that? That's strange. Huh. All right, well, anyway, the new code is going to be get random element. Do we have to cast that? Why? Cannot implicitly convert from... Oh, because it node. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. All right, so now what's this going to be at? Bad because of allocation? Yeah. This I totally understand. And this is where profiling definitely helps me catch this stuff. And this will be a very easy fix everywhere. So I don't mind any of this process. So we're going to click that a few times. So we got a bunch of customers now. No available sprite. Oh, that's fine. Just ignore that. That's because we only have like 17 sprites for customers. All right, so yeah, we made this 80% faster. Just by doing that. That's pretty nice. Yeah. I can still see the max time is at like 153 microseconds. I wonder why. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's copy these. When randomizing the element chosen. Yeah, that's nice. All right, and we do this all over the place. So we got to go fix all of the other places that we do this. We could also have changed this. In fact, you know what? I kind of want to do that. Let's put the old code back in, and let's change it to use this notation. And same thing over here. Yeah, I wonder if that has any impact. Because I've looked this up before. I don't think this should have a performance impact, but that's why we measure things. So this will be over the course of 20,000 trials here, which will hopefully give us a good idea. So it's going to print those same errors it did before. We can just ignore that. Now we just wait for it to print 4 times. And when using the spread operator, I don't know if it's called spread operator in C#, but whatever. It is so far faster, yeah. But that could just be sampling, because this is 5.6, which is roughly that one, 4.8, which is roughly that one. So maybe if we ran this enough times, we'd see a 6 or a 7 in there. Or maybe something else was happening, or I just had the screen visible and that did something. I don't know, it could be anything. So sure, let's keep this new way. It's at least not like noticeably worse. All right, looking pretty good. So now let's go delete everything that we had. Yep. Oh wait, well, I probably can't do that. Yeah, what am I doing? All right, let's look at the diff. So make sure I did not break something completely here. This is destination functions. There you are. All I should have changed is this, and we can have done it that we could have done it that way. Oh no, we can't do that. Dot get random point would have to be what we do. Why does that not work? Rectangular region. Oh, because I need to put parentheses around the whole thing. There. Okay, so that should be the same code. All right, well, finding all the other instances of this is very, very easy because we have just those, and we have 35 times that we do this. So this should get a lot faster. These aren't happening all that frequently. These are abilities. Abilities don't happen very frequently, whereas searching for destinations happens all the time. But still, this can be changed. This can be get random element. Yeah. In fact, I think we can just do a blanket find and replace, but I do kind of want to inspect some of these at least. Yeah, this is another one of these. That's fine. That's fine. And we always assume that there's an element which already had to be baked into these past calls because of the sample 1 and then 0. This assumes that it exists, which is why we have a check right there to make sure it exists. This is grant storage. Yeah, this happens very infrequently. It happens once per bone mode run. This is power leveling up once per bone mode run. What is this one? More starting adventurers. Yeah, this is once. This is once. This is fine. This is only once. What is this? Get random crop. This happens once every time a crop is planted. What? Get range. Oh, interesting. What? Oh, this is not the smartest way to code this. This is, in fact, very dumb. Wow. Okay, so what we want to do instead is just get a random index. And then we want the random index to be based on the level of the ability. So if it's level 0, you're allowed to only get carrots, so we add 1 to this. This is the max index. And then our random index, int random index, equals random.shared. Oh, why didn't that work? .shared.next. Next? Is next an integer? Returns a non-negative random integer. Yeah, but I want the max value that is less than the specified amount. Yeah, cool. Okay, so next max index. And then return crops index. Yeah. Kind of want to profile this to see how much this changed because we were doing .to list and then we were doing sample on the list to make another list, which is like extra dumb. But that's why you profile things, right? So is this the same code? I guess it's pretty easy to test if it's the same code because we can just go plant a bunch of crops. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to do what I was going to say as a potential solution. Yeah. I guess I will just factually say that I'm not just streaming on Twitch. You should do with that information what you will. All right, so continue game, I guess. No, actually, that was dumb. I should have made a new game. Let's go make a new game. The Mixer doesn't exist anymore, right? They got rid of that a long time ago. Yeah, was a service. Yeah. All right, so we got to build the farm. Then we need to level it up like that, and then plant a bunch of crops. They should only be carrots. Good. Now we harvest all those carrots. And then we go get 1 more level. Now there should only be carrots and peppers. Good. We're going to just keep doing this, by the way. So you got another 3 of these you got to sit through. Then tomatoes should now appear. Good. And then grapes. I actually don't need to test all of these. The equivalence class is pretty much the beginning and the end. And none of the middle values are important. But now we're done anyway. So now we should see pumpkins appear. Yeah, cool. All right, now the real thing that's fun here is I do kind of want to profile this. Hey, who cares? Yeah, you ready for this? Let's see what the old method used to be, which this is going to be crop ID equals this, return crop ID. That way we can profile this code. Bloop. Put that up there. Delete all of this for now. Do that. Get tick counts, which I have deleted. Private list double tick counts. All right. Why is that red? Why is that red? Oh, it's static. Yeah, print. Whoop. Whoop. That's not what I want. Okay, how are we looking here? Yeah, and this should say calls. I should say num calls. All right, anything else that's going wrong here? No, except for this. Name crop ID does not exist. Where did I put the code? I deleted it. How did I do that? All right, I don't know. Whatever, it's not that hard to get. Copy this over to here. Crop ID, done. Okay, now when do we call this? When we're planting a new crop, right? So I need a bunch of workers so I can test this. Yeah. And probably like maximum growth speed. On my not so new computer, demo runs at 330 FPS consistently. Really? What system are you on? Or like what operating system? No. It's got to be a resolution thing, right? How's it running that fast? Yeah. You must be on an 80 by 40 display. Can you imagine? Oh man. Well, out of curiosity, what is the playdates resolution? I'm going to type system so I don't get some weird search here. Specs. Here we go. 400 by 240. And what was Game Boy Advance? Oh my God, that was terrible. 240 by 160? How did people play games on this thing? I actually played a bunch of games on this. I remember the first game I got was Castlevania Circle of the Moon on this style Game Boy Advance. And I remember not being able to see anything because there was no backlight. You needed a light pointed like directly at your Game Boy. Then they made the Game Boy Advance SP, which was not very ergonomically shaped. I don't know whose hands this felt comfortable in, but it did look pretty good. I had that one, the red one. All right, so what are we doing now? We are, I think I ran. We make a new game. I really don't want this to save over what I've done. Let's actually make sure it hasn't yet. Yeah, it has not yet. So we got to do this repro within 5 minutes. So we go add 1 million workers. That's going to slow everything down. I already know that's not performant, but that never happens in the game. And then we give ourselves a bunch of speed for those workers. Excellent. Now they're running around. Now we go build up the farm and that and that. Okay. Now I just click this. They go get all the crops for me. And then I just click it again. I kind of made a mistake here. I had it run 100 times. Yeah, so I got to do this 4 entire times. And that should be done now, right? Yeah, nice. Okay, so it took, wow, 24 microseconds? All right, so that was with the old code. With the new code, we do this. And this should be like super fast, super fast. Just hey, Vile. It's probably a bit unusual if you're 24 and you had a Game Boy Advance, because didn't Game Boy Advance come out when you were like 4? Whoops, that isn't the wrong thing. Came out in, wait, what? Came out when you weren't born. You hadn't been born. Oh, darn it, I clicked the wrong thing. I want to click this. So I got to do that same set of repro steps. I can't save my file because I don't want it to overwrite what I have going for me here with the other tests, so that I have the same thing going. All right, so we do that. We go over to here. We click this and that and that. And now we just plant some crops. Go, my skeletons. This is technically not the same repro because I had done it through here the last time. Okay, so that should be done, right? Yep, look at that. Huge improvement. We went from 24 microseconds to 3.5 microseconds. Although that's a little bit concerning there. It took 1.4 milliseconds at the greatest. Guess that's what allocations do. All right, well, let's use the new stuff. So now instead of doing this, we can just return it. And instead of doing any of this stuff, we can just delete it. And then delete tick count. And then delete this and this and this. That emote kind of looks like me. All right, cool. Let's keep going through it. Sample 1, 0. All right, what is this? Battle simulator? This one doesn't matter. We don't even use that. It's not user facing. This one, oh, could I have deleted the, wait. No, I don't have a period there. Okay, what is this? Skills battle perk. This happens 40% of the time with 3 chances whenever you generate a battle perk. Okay, so not very frequent. So this is the cheats menu. This doesn't matter. Players don't have the cheats menu. What is this? Higher random adventurer, debug function? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Play any sound. What calls this? What? Why would I do this? I say play any sound, but I only pass in 1 sound. And then it just, oh my God, this is so stupid. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. All right. Well, probably I wanted it to use another sound effect at some point and then just never added one. But man, this is like colossally dumb because the very ability is called Quick Strike, which means it happens like 5 times per second. And we were allocating a new list just so we could randomly pick 1 item. So that's fun. So we can just change this to play sound and then delete this and then get rid of this function completely. Yeah, wow. Well, that was stupid. Okay, what's this? This is making a new worker. Yeah, that would have been pretty fast. What is this? Getting a sprite ID. Yeah, would have happened pretty quickly. Inactive spell. Yep, would have been pretty fast. I'm not seeing any like major bottlenecks here. That's what I'm looking through. What is this now? Get next line. Oh, this is only when you click an NPC. Most people only do that like twice in the entire game. Only generate a crop if it can be consumed. This is to make a random crop. Okay, and what is this one? Random guild supply. Yep, that doesn't matter. Although we do 2 list on this. Yeah, I don't think we'd have another way of doing that. I think that's fine. Plus, this only happens when you cast this spell. What is this now? Free guild supplies. That's only in bone mode and only when you get the perk. Add random adventurer item. This happens when you get a new treasure chest, not too frequently. Seek any target. This happens moderately frequently, I think. What is this? Seek specific item. Again, probably moderately frequently. Yeah, moderate. Get random crop to harvest. That's for workers. Get random key. Yep, that's for workers. Same thing, same thing. Get random actionable warehouse display. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. That was pretty frequently called though too. Get random non-rare item of type. I think this is for seeking specific items. And then what's this? Get a random tip. I didn't even realize we did that. What is this? A hash set? Yeah. Okay. That's fine. All right. Well, we should probably start checking some things in because everything I've done is a mess so far. Oh, also, there are other samples where we sample more, presumably. Like we're still using the sample function. Yeah, I think that's okay. No, wait, no. Who mentioned this yesterday? Was it Lucifer? Get items? Yeah, Lucifer mentioned that there's get items for a shuffled collection. I wonder if this is faster. Creates an array populated with items chosen at random from the provided set of choices. But wait a second. We make a list of targets. I think we can do this in a smarter way. Yeah, it's already on my list. I should probably look into that up here. Anywhere we do shuffle could potentially get replaced by this. Okay, I'm going to do a mountain of work now, which is go through all of these files and figure out where the commits are. You could use something like this. Why, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just use this. I appreciate it, yo. Win 10, 2560 by 1440. I have some observations. When I zoom out as far as I get 200 FPS. When I zoom in, interesting. Very interesting. And you're on the demo. I don't know when I last published the demo, but I think it was pretty recent. I think it was like 2 days ago, but I don't think it had any of this performance stuff in there. Right? Did I check any of that in? I don't know. It would have been on this branch. This is 32 commits ahead. Is there any performance stuff in here? Nope. I don't know why it's running that fast for you. You said you were on a not so new computer. I mean, it must be a good computer then. I'm on a very good computer, I think. And I don't think it runs that fast for me. Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, mountain of work. Let's go look through it. Add notes about how to run directly on Steam Deck. Hey, that somehow fits within 50 characters. Nice. Okay, what next? What's this? GC button? We don't want that. Basic attack. Oh, God. It begins. All right, so I'm going to try to check in everything that uses float range, this new thing that I wrote. Or I didn't write it. Maybe I should just fix all instances of random stuff. Yeah, let's just do that. That way I have less to look through. In fact, is there a plus button up here? Nice. There is. Okay, good. So once we're done looking through a file, we can just click that. Looks good. That's its own separate fix. Yep, looks good. Cool, cool. Most of the changes are going to be this. And most of them should be as fast as me just looking to see if the word random is written. Yeah, this is nice so far. Okay. Yep. Yeah. This is already super tedious. I should have just been making changes along the way. I don't know why I didn't. What is this? This is the cheat menu? Okay, we can't check that in, but we can check this part in. Okay, this one looks good. That I don't want to check in yet. That I don't want to check in yet. This is good. This is good. Six Gen i5. Wow, okay, well, I mean, yeah. If it's already running pretty well there, then maybe it'll just be fine on most people's Steam Decks. I don't know. Don't forget about Valentine's stuff. Time's running thin. Yeah. I have already done one slightly romantic thing this week, but I have plans for tomorrow. I don't think my wife is watching, but she can already probably guess what most of them are. Oh, but there's one thing that I think she'll find very special, but I can't talk about any of this stuff anyway. All right, this cannot be the case. We cannot do this. So I want to click this button and revert this. Why did I do this though? Oh, no, I might want this for testing. Okay, let's keep that in for now. And it is romance quota for the week. Maybe optimization is going okay. Man, I thought at this point in development, I would not have any like big head scratcher kinds of problems. And yet I think we're still hitting them a little bit, but I've learned quite a lot, and I think this will help in the future. I do still have a burning question of would I use Godot and C# again, or would I use GD script in the future? So I don't know. Hey, Goose. Tokens expired. You'll have to earn more tokens somehow. Okay, so this is unrelated to anything. I keep a note that I call life.txt that I've actually been keeping for a very long time. It's been almost 20 years, I think. And in this note, anytime I come up with some like whatever big life lesson for myself, I'll just do something like this. I'll be like, sleep is important. I just tried getting, 8 hours per day for a week and whatever, imagine how the rest of this note goes. I didn't actually write this recently, but that's the kind of thing that would be in there. And now there are enough different things from across the entirety of my life, like, yeah, something about sleep to other health things to managing relationships or friendships and at some point I want to do a video talking about this. There's a video that I don't know if I could find quickly, but it was a guy in his 60s, I think, who also shared a bunch of life lessons that he had. And I want to do that. And anyway, yeah, the romantic stuff made me think of that. Because there's probably something in there about relationships. Use GD script, that'd be sick for me since that's what I use. Well, it'd be for the next game anyway, so I don't know how many months away that would be. And thanks, Appleseed. Kind of off topic, but I know that you optimize almost everything about your workflow. Because of that, I'm super confused about your choice of code editor. Would have expected you to use Vim or Emacs. I've used Vim before. Well, I guess I've also technically used Emacs, but not for as long. And I like Vim, but way back then, Vim was not very customizable or not easily customizable. You had to edit a Vim RC file, and I just didn't like how this worked. And now there are things like NeoVim where I don't know what they use, but it's apparently much easier. You can download just like off-the-shelf things and expect them to work. And I just had never given it a shot. The way I look at it is, let's say that I am not at 100% efficiency. What would you say my efficiency is? Like, am I at, 10%? And I don't think anyone would probably say that. Like, let's say I switched to Vim and did everything perfectly. I could probably get, I don't know, yeah, maybe like plus 10%, maybe plus 20%, but it wouldn't be like a gigantic margin. Have you gone back and deleted things that you've found obsolete? I haven't really looked back at it too much. It was meant to be something that hopefully before I die, I like somehow publish to the world. And I have another note that I highly recommend everybody making. I call it my Uber learnings note. And literally all it is maybe like 12 bullet points, which is something like this. Game dev learnings, which is a link to another note. And then, there'd be like life.txt. There'd be marketing learnings. I don't know, whatever other things I do, right? And then these individual notes are the equivalent of life.txt. So like I have, and some of these are public. Like I think I have my game design note, I think is public. Yeah, I just spewed a bunch of things in here that I'm like, yeah, these things are pretty good learnings. And they're not all super critical or maybe even helpful for other people, but like I found it good. Do a video like that, even if you have to exclude a lot. The thing is, I wanted to give it more bake time. So if I did it, it probably wouldn't be for another like 5 years or 10 years or something. That way I could be like, oh, it's been 25 years since I started this note, and here are the top like 100 things, and I'll start with the top 10 of those maybe, and be like, you could just ignore the rest of the video now if you want to. You're encouraged to use slash, and an or instead of those, and other stuff like that. Yeah, I tend to only work in like 1 or 2 languages at a time. And this is something Rami's been complaining about. Oh, yep, there he is right there complaining about it again. This is something he's been complaining about a couple of times, which is that switching from Python to other stuff is difficult. I swear I started to say that thing before reading your message, Rami. I have a feeling the biggest thing affecting code quality and productivity is not ergonomics or shortcuts. Yeah, and that's part of what I mean. So like, is it worth switching editors? Probably not really. I sleep like 4 hours or 15 hours, stay awake for 24 fairly often. I have a sleep schedule. It's just being disrupted by the cat right now. We never got her to switch to daylight saving time. So she just started meowing an hour earlier in our minds, but at the same time in her mind. So in another, what, month or something is when it's going to revert again. And then from the cat's point of view, nothing will have changed. And from our point of view, we'll be sleeping in another hour. It's going to be amazing. And that is the lesson for next year. Teach the cat daylight saving time. I'll have like a picture of the sun and a treat on it, and a picture of darkness and no treat, and she'll put her paw on the one with the sun. Then I'll have a clock, and I'll be like, okay, what time is it? And the hands will be pointing this way, and she'll meow out like 3:15 p.m. I'm like, oh, good cat, and give her another treat. That's how I plan on training her. Size of this rectangle should never change. So this is different. This is not what we do here. But this, well, we'll check that in separately, I think. Okay, let's keep checking these things in. Yep. We'll eventually get to the bottom of this list, believe it or not. We only have like 20 more files to go through. Next item display, cleared cache. Start takes, this shouldn't be here. What is this doing here? Num times called, this probably shouldn't be here either. What is this stuff doing here? So this file should be unmodified now. It should just disappear from here, which is probably gonna mess things up. Yeah, nice. Get one of those lights that mimics sunlight and put it on a timer. I don't know how cats know what time it is. Like, it can't just be related to sunlight, because there are certain things that we do that are not on the sunlight schedule that she has also gotten to know. So I'm not sure if that would change her behavior. But she's very, very routine driven. And it's pretty cool to see. All right, that's looking good. Treasure chest just had this, but then treasure room had something else, right? Yeah, caching displays. Okay, what is this? I got rid of this for the sake of the debug thing. Okay, yeah. So I can't check that in. I gotta be very, very careful about what I'm doing here. Yeah, this is all fine. This is fine. Yep. Okay, looks good, looks good. That we can't check in. Yeah, I think we're done now. This shouldn't even show up here. This should be in the get ignore file. Both of these should be. Why are they not? Add to get ignore and add to get ignore. Wait, why'd only one file show up in here? Where's the net trace thing? Oh, I think I needed to save it. Why is get ignore and get ignore? Is that even a thing you can do? That's kind of funny. I'll just write profiling stuff in here. Hey, Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? Hunger, Shirley. So her hunger for food, but we also play with her. She like knows when bedtime is. And yeah, that's probably about it. I don't know if she does anything else necessarily. On the other side of me complaining about languages, and for something I now have to do, oh, I now have to do some research in Java. It's quite easy to pick up so far. Syntax is very close to C#. Yeah. Yeah, Java and C# were, in my mind, like practically the same language when C# came out. C# had some nice improvements though, but since then both languages have evolved so much that, yeah, they all have many more features than back then. Okay, so we've looked through everything. So these are mostly the randomness changes. So now if we just scroll through really quickly here, we'd see a lot of like either float range or random dot whatever or get random element. Improve performance of random. I'll just say involving randomness. the way we generated random numbers was by calling into Godot. This is bad because of the overhead from marshalling. And there's just no reason to do it. The C# functions are totally fine, and we never set a static seed anyway. Also, when it came to fetching a random element from a list, we were allocating a new list every time and then shuffling the existing one. For when we only need a single element, all we have to do is generate a random number within the range, within the bounds of the list. I always knew this, but I didn't know what the real world performance impact would be. Oh, and I don't think I still have this open, do I? No, I closed it. It got faster. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but I don't remember what it went from and then what it went to. I think it was like 6 microseconds down to 1 or something, but I don't remember. All right, so that should drastically improve the speed of the game. And then we need to check in all the rest of this stuff. Ignore profiling results, or like get ignore profiling results. All right, what else? Quick strike. This is just deleting stuff that we didn't need. Battle system doesn't need this function. Okay, so improve performance of quick strike. There was code to play a random sound, but we never used it. And we were using a non-performant version of what? Get random element. What is now get random element? If I don't add a seed number to my game, is it hard to add later? It's not necessarily hard, but it's probably annoying. So here's one way that you might generate random numbers. You might do something like this. You say like random equals new. Maybe this is inside a class somewhere, class, whatever, foo. And then whenever you need a number, you do like public void, I don't know, deal damage or something like that. You do like random dot next 1 comma 9. I don't know, whatever. So to add in a seed to this, I think the C# version supports having a seed. Yeah, but this is its own random instance. So you would need to use a shared random from somewhere and then like pass it into this foo class. So it's not hard to do any of that. It just potentially is annoying. All right, is there anything else we can check in? I don't know if we did anything worth checking in. This is potentially worth checking in. I do want to profile this though. So let's go profile that. Is there anything else? Yes, this one, rectangular region. Should I have profiled this too? Perhaps I should have. How's the solution looking? It's looking pretty good. Also, hey Couch, hey Matt. All right, so caching this stuff. Let's check in the caches. These are fine. Although I kind of want to profile. I want to profile everything. Okay, let's go get to profiling this stuff. Let's pull out Yo's code from over here. Debug timer. Disposable. Add. Using new debug timer. Oh wait, but this is over the course of, if it's inside a for loop, right? I do things across frames. So this will get disposed every single frame. All right, well, I'll use my current thing for right now. So I wanted to check what exactly this. Yeah, where is it? Get all occupied, get occupied, or empty item displays. This is a function that's defined everywhere. Oh, but it's in display functions here. Go through each one. This didn't change. The thing that changed was get all item displays. That was in storeroom. Yeah, here. I find any of the bottlenecks, or is it just tackling anything that could be a perf issue? So I'm tackling the perf issues and I'm trying to measure what some of the speed up is. And yeah, I've unfortunately closed out of the results of these things, but in a lot of cases it was like every time I was doing a random list element, it was taking, let's say, like 6 microseconds. Can I type a mu? Yes. It was taking like 6 microseconds. It's down to 1 microsecond. The reason I keep looking over is because that's my mute shortcut, which is why I made it mu, because it sounds kind of like that. Yeah, so depending on how often we did this, this might actually add up over time. And in that case, we were doing it pretty often. Something to keep in mind, and I know this sounds kind of crazy. So if you want to run at 60 frames per second, you need to run it like 1 frame is 1/60 of a second. Now, what 1/60 of a second actually is, is about 16 milliseconds. So it's 16.6 milliseconds, which is equivalent to 16,666.7, let's just round it there, microseconds. So if you have something that's taking like 2 microseconds, should you care about it? No, probably not. But it depends on how many other things you're doing and how often you're doing this thing. So if you're doing this 400 times, it's like, okay, now you should start to care about it maybe. Like if that needs to happen every single frame. So yeah, these things that are taking an extra like 5 or 10 microseconds or something, they're not important on their own. If it's when the user clicks something, for example, it's like, okay, well, how many times can a player click? Like a couple times per second, maybe. We're not talking about like StarCraft RTS sorts of things, then you can click a lot. But yeah, in this game, it's like you're not clicking that frequently. And I'm contriving a scenario now anyway. But what I'm trying to get at is like, there are some times when, yeah, it might not be performant, but it doesn't really matter. Like changing the language in the game. That's pretty slow right now, but I expect users to change a language once at most. Most people will change it 0 times. C# and VS Code is good. It's not great. I have to restart VS Code a decent amount. Although I feel like it's gotten a little bit more stable. Nowhere near the totally unnecessary performance gains I got my friend's app. Going for 15-second render time to... Oh, wow, yeah. Such small muse. I don't get it. Is this a construction pun? And muse is a construction term? Have you generated a flame graph? Yeah, but the only way I can generate one is using .NET Trace. And it's a sampling based profile. So all I can tell is what are the biggest offenders and not are they actually worthwhile to tackle. So let's say you had a program that was literally just this. It was like in A = 5 and then A++ and then like print A or something, or not even print A. That's your whole program. One of these is going to be a bigger impact than the other one. Although actually this will probably all get compiled to something that's different, but just imagine that this is what this got compiled to. Like this might take 50% of the time and this might take 50% of the time. And when you profile your application, you're like, oh my God, this is so not performant. We need to fix this. When it's like, well, something has to take the time in your application. So yeah, we are able to find what is taking the most time, but we're not able to find, is that actually a lot of time? Oh, coefficient of friction. Okay, got it. Yeah. It's fine. Just remove the loop. The list is static, so it won't delete anything between dispose calls. But then the using will never happen, right? Or wait. Yeah, no, we'll never print out if we don't dispose. We need to change this somehow, right? Okay, wait, what am I testing here? It was get all item displays, but I want the old version of this. Where's the old version? Here. Okay, old version is going to be very easy to do. So we're actually going to technically do both versions with caching, right? No. I can easily work around this. Okay, so we got to go to storeroom, get all item displays. So here was the old code, which we can't exactly do that way. We need to do var retval equals this, return retval. Okay, so now that'll work. We delete the new code, and then we go add in the profiling stuff. All right, so put that up there. Put this down there. Cached values. Yep. Go include that. Okay, let's go try that out. So this is going to tell us what the old way was, and then we'll measure the new way. And I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing we've seen a bunch of times already. It's going to be, 4 microseconds, and it's going to go down to 1. This costs us almost nothing to do. So let's see how often it happens too. Oh man, it's happening super frequently. Okay, that's probably an issue in itself. Why is it happening so often? Interesting. Okay. Drop off item. All right, let's stop this for a sec and let's set the number of calls to 1,000. So it's happening so frequently. The average won't change, but we'll just print it out less frequently now so that I can get, 4,000 calls without having to copy so many lines. This is just a minor thing for me. All right, so we're just going to wait a little bit. There we go. Let's wait another. Let's get 4,000 of these. Why not? Now there are multiple storerooms, which is why we're seeing this print like this. And this is okay. So we're going to copy, we copied 6,000 of them. So this is the before. And the after is technically just this line. And then delete that and put that in there. Yeah. It's happening hundreds of times. Yeah. So this is how we check to see where you can put items. Like workers need to check this pretty frequently. We could cut down the amount of times that they're checking it. Like, and then they just walk towards something that they shouldn't be walking toward for a little bit. But that would actually cut out a lot of this. Oh my God, yeah. Look at the difference already. I mean, you might not remember what the old values is, but once we hit 6,000, I'm going to show them next to each other. And we're done. Cool. Okay, so that's before, and here is after. So we went from, in fact, let's just add all these numbers together. So these numbers summed up divided by 6. This was our old average. And then these numbers. No, wait, great. There, divided by 6. So here's our new. And if we just do this divided by this times 100, we shaved off 98% of the amount of time. Now there were a couple of outliers here, and it took a very long time in that case. And I'm not, I guess because it's got to cross over into Godot territory. Hey, it's going pretty well. So you have to invalidate the cache when they place an item. No, this is actually just for fetching that there are item displays. So this is the warehouse, right? And we have whatever that number is, I don't know, 40 displays or something. And the 40 displays in the old method, we were fetching every single time. We were like, give me all 40 displays. Okay, I want that item. Give me all 40 displays, give me all 40 displays. Now, when you click the sign and click upgrade, we invalidate the cache. So you can invalidate the cache for this at most 15 times. And then when you invalidate the cache, yes, it's going to take an extra 6 microseconds. But that's caused by a user action at least. Would it even matter if they walk in the wrong direction for a second? Would that happen often? It wouldn't necessarily. Also, remember that there's a certain amount of like human perception time that you have as wiggle room. I don't know how much it is exactly, but let's say it's 150 milliseconds or 250 milliseconds, somewhere in that range. What this means is that you could have a character doing something bad for like 100 milliseconds, and yeah, players probably wouldn't even notice. And that's, remember that 100 milliseconds is roughly equal to about 6 frames at 6 FPS. Now remember, you can see you can see that something is happening, but you probably wouldn't notice it really. All right, so we've improved yet another thing. This is pretty good. So I want to revert this entire change that I made, which was just profiling it. Yeah. So now we just have the changes to these. Cache item displays. We used to fetch these from Godot every time they were needed. This was not only O of n, but it was also unnecessarily marshalling when these displays don't change often. Yeah, this is great. All right, anything else? Do we have anything else we can check in? I think there were a couple that I still wanted to. Yeah, this one, for example. I wanted to profile this. This is a navigation system. I think this one is a massive gain because I don't think move and slide is very performant. But let's go profile it and find out. So we delete that, put that up there. Actually, we should move both of these up there. Then get the tick counts over here. Hey, Tin Bears. Welcome in. What am I using in profile? I'm using, so right now I'm just writing some stopwatch code in C#. But before that I was using .NET Trace. And that I already have some notes on. I have a note to myself to update my notes and then send them to you. I think you're on my to-do list right now here. Yeah. Publish my Obsidian notes and send. But it was specifically about something that we were talking about. What was it? I just wrote a bunch of notes for something. Oh man, it was like 3 days ago. God, I can't remember. It's probably in my journal though. Controller issues. Yeah, that's right. Or no, Steam Cloud. Steam Cloud. Yeah, I wrote a bunch of stuff on that. Anyway, to get back to the profiling stuff though. So C# and Godot. I've got some notes on this, and the profiling thing is right here. Yeah. Yeah, always shows 100%. Yeah, this stuff was... Oof. All right, so yeah, going back to this though. So let's get all of this. We need link. All right, and there's our old code. So this is whenever any character moves. And I think this is going to be a pretty big performance gain. And I think this should happen very, very often. So we'll probably, as soon as I hit continue, we'll start seeing it print a lot, I'm guessing. Yes. So we don't want it printing that frequently. Let's do 1,000 times. The averages won't change. Still going to be about 3 microseconds. Which, I mean, that wouldn't be terrible, but we have so many different characters moving. I mean, that's why you saw it print so fast. So yeah, taking 3 microseconds. I should probably have printed the amount of wall time it took to get to this. Because 1,000 calls equates to 3 milliseconds then over those 1,000. And you can see it's printing every, what, 2 seconds? 1, 2, 3. Once every 3 seconds, probably. So it's maybe 2 milliseconds every second, which is 1/500th of the time. Anyway, the new code that we have. So let's save this off. I might as well just save all of them. Why not? So this is before move and slide. And then the after is this. And this is still going to marshal into C++, but it is not going to call an intense function, I think. So it's definitely not going to see the same speed as we saw before. But yeah, it looks like it's about 1/3 the amount of time being spent. I'll let this run another few times. Might as well. I want to see some longer execution times here too, ideally. Just that we know it's the correct range. Okay, so here is the after. And like I said, you can see the difference pretty easily, but let's do this. Let's get the, oh, what just happened there? This is 15 values. So let's add all these up and then divide by 15. So this was the old average across all of the calls, which was 15,000 calls. And this is the new average, which is 9 calls. And that goes here. And the two numbers divided by each other times 100 is 32%. Well, 33% actually. So yeah, we got rid of 2/3 of the execution time by calling a function that wasn't really needed. What are you using to do the math? That is called VS Code eval. I've got a video on some of the extensions that I use, and that one's in there. Kind of curious what the pros and cons are between your solution and move and slide. So move and slide is going to take collision into account. So let's say we are looking at this scene, and let's say we want to move a character around and denoted by this rectangle. So when we move like this, it would slide around this thing and then go up here. And then if we try moving, let's say like this, if we try moving left, it's going to go into this and then like slide around and go behind it. We never need that logic, because what happens is we have a navigation mesh which says like, here are all the walkable areas. We have, imagine I drew this whole thing out. So when I want to go from this point to this point, I can see I just take the fastest path. But when I want to go from this point to this point, I can see that I have to go like this around the obstacles. So we never actually really need collision here, because the navigation agents already know how they should be walking. And that's why it should be okay to do this. But technically, so like a graph of nodes, yeah, that's the navigation mesh. And then the only other thing we need to make sure is that pathfind is only ever called by characters that's true for. So it's only places where we add a navigation agent component, which I don't know where we do. Target item source and target location. Okay, this is frustrating. This might be hard to do. So does that environment even have collision shapes? It does, because items still need to know about collision. So if I do this, you can see they're bouncing off the sides there. It might have been a little bit hard to see, but I'll do that again. So take a look at this grass area. When the items hit it, it like bounces and then comes back. So items have collision and they need to know about it, but they don't actually use move and slide. They do something else. I think they just use straight up physics. Like there's an impulse applied to them. Ground item add. Where is this? Ground item source maybe? I don't remember where I put it, but yeah, it's somewhere in there. And oh, by the way, and the collision shapes are needed just so that the nav mesh can be created in the first place. If you didn't have collision shapes, you wouldn't know where they should start and stop. So yeah, everything is hopefully working here. Hey, by the way, does that scroll? It does, but you have to click the scroll thing. Huh, it's kind of funny. Okay, well, I don't think that probably ever really matters in practice, but I did not know about that. Okay, so this is better, but it is, yeah, potentially going to be confusing in the future. So let's Command Z all of this stuff. Okay, so now we're just down to what? 2 changes? Yes. Now I'm going to write this here. We could use move and slide, but we shouldn't have to, because the navigation, or like the nav mesh, should make sure there are no collisions. Well, not really, actually. It practically makes sure that there are no collisions. So we might have some like slightly unusual behavior, but I didn't notice any. And I was examining this the other day. But it's roughly 3x as expensive as just changing the position. And the nav mesh should already avoid collidable objects. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so improve performance of pathfinding. we swapped move and slide for just setting the position based on the velocity. Cool. Players can't spawn in NPCs, right? They just come from the entrance and so are always on the nav mesh. Yeah, correct. Okay, we got a whole lot of random buffers there. Any other things I can check in? We're almost done with the mountain of work that I mentioned. Yeah, this one. And this is the last thing I wanted to profile, I think. Yeah, because everything else is just garbage code, right? Yep. Just for testing, I mean. All right, so this, get random point. We used to have this thing in rectangular region. And get random point was called very frequently, and it did a whole bunch of stuff. So let's copy the old method here. Yeah, that should be fine. And now we put it back into rectangular region. I already have it here. Oh, click that. All right, so this is get random point. This is the new one. So this is the old one, and we return a vector2 retval equals return retval. Let's get our profiling code. Whoops. Okay, so we put that there. Put all this stuff beneath it. Put this up at the top. And this will probably print a whole bunch of times because we have many different rectangular regions. And it's every time we call get random point in any of them. So yeah, it's going to print a little bit weirdly. But yeah, the rest of the stuff should be fine. Okay, let's go try it. Should happen very frequently. So we should see it start printing out pretty early on. Okay, that's probably enough. Alternatively, well, that's probably enough. Okay, so we copy all these. This is the before. And then after is... Where's our after? Here. Okay, so vector2 retval. And then we put all this stuff around it. And then just delete this. So when you finish all these, are we going to be able to run this on our Game Boys? I think you'll be able to run it on your toasters. I think you can laser etch in Skeleteller frames onto your pieces of toast. That's how performant this is going to be. Okay. I don't know how many times we had this run before, but there were some large numbers toward the end. Yeah, there we go. So there's some large numbers. Now let's stop this. I don't think this one changed drastically, and I kind of expected it to. So here are all the before calls. Let's get those. We have 19 of these. So there's the before. And the after is 22. Whoops. Yeah, so this also got about 66% faster. I mean, it's always weird to write things like that, right? Because it just takes less time. Yeah, so 36%. Well, it's 36%. So it's actually a 64% improvement, I guess. I mean, it's worth doing. But we already coded it. It's free. It's just, this is the kind of thing that makes me think we didn't really have much of a performance problem. This is happening, like I said, pretty frequently, right? Like if we just open the console right now. Oh, I closed it. Okay, well, we open the game and then open the console. because the real impact of this is how frequently it happens in terms of wall time. That's probably once every like half second it's printing out maybe. And then it prints out in clumps later because all the other regions caught up, which means that it's really running like 250 calls or something per second. So if the average used to be 3 microseconds and we were taking like 0.75 milliseconds to run this stuff, and now we'll be taking a quarter of a millisecond to run this stuff. And yeah, that might not sound too crazy, but again, remember, you only have 16 milliseconds at 60 FPS. So we're now able to fit in 3 times as many of these calls if we wanted to. The other thing that's kind of concerning about this, a little bit at least, is why is it getting called so frequently? Get wander target. This is only once they change. Oh, that doesn't look like it's right. What? Hold on a second. I don't think this is correct. No, I definitely don't think this is correct. Okay, hold on. I gotta validate this. Lifebeard, thank you for the resub. Happy 2 years, by the way. Adam, happy 2 years. Yeah, appreciate it. Zero client, 24 hours of waiting time. Wow, jeez. Yeah. Okay, so here's my concern. I think we're doing this unnecessarily. This is a customer thing. So how about this? Let's try to, how do we do this? We got to make a scenario where there's only one customer. I don't even know how we set that up. Game constants, starting num customers. Ah, there it is. 1. Okay, so that's one customer. And now we're just going to print this out every single time. Or maybe print it out from here. gg.print. Oh, this is base wander. I don't want to base wander. I want it in just customer wander. I'm pretty sure this is called 60 times per second. It's going to be a huge problem. Also, is state process called from process? I didn't even look at that. State machine process. Oh, and there's also a physics process. Okay, I should write that down too. Physics, move all stuff to that. Same with state satate process. And state physics process. Spending 10 hours to save 30 seconds on something you'll only run once. Well, in this case, it's a game. So it's not just that there will be many other players, hopefully, but also that those players, for any given screen that they're on, it's running like 60 times per second. So I do find this interesting to do. I like having a sort of blueprint for how to do this stuff. So call the process. And then just print a random number or something. Random.shared.next. Yeah, that way we can just see it instead of... Well, no, we'd be able to see it counting because it'll consolidate similar messages. All right, now what am I doing? There's something else I need to do. I don't remember what it was, and I don't care anymore. So now we start a new game. We'll have one customer, and that one customer is probably going to call this 60 times per second. I don't know how this ever worked or why this is not, whoops, bad. Oh, yep, there it is. Look at that. Oh, God. All right, well, what was I thinking? Add wander to location. Oh, here we go. Okay, I see. It checks to see if you have the target location. So it is checking that. That part's fine. So it's only this that I care about, which is when does it find a new thing. But that's already working correctly, I think. But that's what calls check random point, right? Wait a second. This is worse than I thought. We were calling... Oh, no. We were calling this function regardless of that if statement because there's no if statement around here. So we're evaluating this every single frame, no matter what. Wow. Now there's a savings. Okay, so yeah, we got to fix this. So we just want this around the caller, not around this function. But is that going to cause any other issues? Yes, because there's like 7 callers. All right, well, what are we doing here? We're calling get wander target on the entity. Can't this function just do that? Maybe it can't because of when we call this. No, yeah, we can't. All right, so I got to get a little bit more clever with this. This is so stupid. Yeah. Well, we only have 6 places we have to change. All right, well, what is this? Adventurer waiting to start battle state. This is intended to be used at the beginning of the game when the adventurer is just waiting. Okay, so this is not important then. This is only done once. I don't care about changing that. This one is in base wander. This one's super important. There. Problem solved. Okay. Next one is this. This is done where? Worker wander. This is also very important. Okay. Seek specific item. State process. Probably also very important. Let's put the same thing there. I should also just copy it with a capital E. Okay. And then beginning state. What is this? Beginning state of the skeleton. Yeah, this doesn't matter. Okay, that one we can ignore. And then what's this? Yeah, this one's also fine. Wow. All right, so that should speed things up too. So you see how this is, well, you see how many times it was printing out before? Now it should print out way fewer times. So I got to go put customers back to the same number that they were at. You could make it a function, a factory function. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a better idea than what I did. Yeah, good call, Lucifer. I appreciate those sorts of suggestions. I'll do that in a sec, because that won't change the performance of this, not noticeably, but it is going to change the cleanliness of the code. So continue. And now it's going to print out every time. I don't actually remember when it's going to print out. Yeah, the called process thing I don't care about. I got to get rid of that. Called process. Yeah, that doesn't matter. The thing that matters is when does it generate a new region or whatever. Num ticks, tick count. Yeah. So let's set this to 10. And now this is probably going to happen very infrequently. So we're only making it wait for 10 calls. So if we didn't do anything, it would be showing up 10 times more frequently because it used to be at 100. But because I changed the code, it should be pretty infrequent still, right? Because it's what happens is this call is called once whenever a worker goes to a point and now needs a new point to go to. So I'll point this out in the game. So like this character walks over to there. Oh, it's hard to know when they reach their point, but like when they turn around, like right there, they kind of turned around. That was probably like one call. That was a call because they turned around again. That was a call. So now it's happening once every like 2 seconds. And yeah, sure enough, despite however long that just took, it only did 20 calls so far. Now it did another 10. We're still waiting for the next set of 10. These averages are larger than they should be though, right? Huh, that's interesting. Do I still have that buffer with all the averages? Yeah, strange. Why did those numbers go up? Rectangular region. I didn't even change this more, did I? I did, but I only changed it with profiling. This is the new code, is it not? Yes, it is. Strange. Probably because of cache quirks. It could be. But that would mean that none of what I've been testing is actually accurate. Well, maybe it could. Yeah. Once I had some contractors work without me and my coworkers' guidance at a previous job. They built a web app that used a link to pull in all an entire database table into memory, then performed a join on it with another table. Oh man. Yeah. So there was something I read a while ago about, and I mean, this is just obvious and factual, but it's sometimes hard to come up with. Well, maybe not obvious, but performance comes down to a few things. It's doing less of something, making the something less heavy or less intense. So it's like do 10 things instead of 100, make that one thing faster. What else? Make it less intense. I don't know. There's some other like categories of ways you can get improvements. But again, sort of just like if you exhaust all the high level categories, there aren't that many things you can do. And it's kind of interesting because those are the only tools in your toolbox at a high level. And it's kind of what I talk about with to-do lists and the 4Ds. The only way you can get something off your to-do list is you either do it, you drop it, you delegate it, or you defer it. That's it. And that's the exhaustive realm of possibilities, because either someone does it, in which case it gets done at some point, and it could be you or it could be someone else. It could be now or it could be later, or it just never gets done. And that's it. So it's the same thing with performance. It's like there's only 3 or 4 things you can really do to improve performance at a high level. And in this case, we decided to do less of something and we made that something faster. So we did 2 of the things we could do. And yeah, took it a lot better. Do you have a to-do list or a Kanban? I use a to-do list. I just think it's easier for me to just spew things into a single list. We tried using GitHub projects for a little while, and it's just, for a small project, I think it adds more overhead than it helps. But I think when you have a larger team, it could potentially be good. So I think I want to just revert this whole thing, right? Because this already has all the changes that I want. I think so, but let's just copy this before I mess this up. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. So this makes this function faster. Improve performance of get random point. We stay on the C# side of things for longer. So this is roughly 64% faster. Okay, then I also changed this stuff, which I'm going to apply St. Lucifer's suggestions to. All right, so we're going to change this thing, destination functions, to take in a function that returns a vector2 called getTarget. Note, this takes in a function so that we don't waste time invoking it if the entity doesn't even need a new target location. All right, so this is going to be get target. And then we're done. And then we change all the callers, which are now red. So we delete that. This is dead simple. In fact, I should search for it to make it even dead simpler. Good, good. Good. Oh my God. This one's already done. That one's done. That one's done. That one doesn't need this. This. Okay. Now let's look at the diff. So I don't want any of that stuff. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this one. This. Huh, that doesn't need to be there. That. And that should be everything. Now we can look at the diff of that. There should be no extra if statements here. Good, 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 good. Good, yeah. According to AI summary, so it could all be a lie. Is the Eisenhower matrix that important and urgent thing? Yeah. Well, anyway, people who watched me for a while have heard me say this a bunch of times, but I think the most important D of the to-do list is dropping stuff. I don't think, yeah, I don't think a lot of things that are on our to-do list should be there or in software projects or anything. And the best way to drop stuff is if you start having a deadline for things. I haven't been tackling these issues. I have 107 GitHub issues open. We're going to need to close pretty much all of these within 30 days. So guess what? Probably a lot of these aren't going to get done. Like maybe something like this. Yeah. So this menu can collide with this other menu. Does it matter? Probably not. Just someone encounters it and they're like, oh yeah, that's a bug. But that one's probably like 5 minutes to fix, so that one might get done. All right, so I just want to make sure that nothing's like super broken here. You can tell hitting different drop. Yeah, I remember you talking about this. All right, is there anything else we need to do? I guess let's build this really fast and let's get a whole bunch of workers. I want them doing everything in town. That's going to be super laggy. Again, I know that's not performant and I don't care to fix that because it never happened in the game. If it did happen, we would fix it. So they're able to go get crops. Are they able to get keys and put them in chests? Let's find out. Buy a treasure chest. We should see someone come up here now. Yep. Yep. Great. Is there anything else we need workers to do that we haven't proven that they can do? Oh yeah, bring items over there. That should be pretty easy. All right, we should see them walk down here. Good. Any other things? I think that's pretty much it. Wow, there are a lot of items there. Let's get the garbage slime and this thing so they walk away from there. Look at all those swords. Cha-ching. Okay, I think we're done. Okay, so obviate many unnecessary calls. What do I write for this? So destination functions add wander location, add a conditional inside of it, meaning that every time it was called, it needed a vector 2 passed in. We get this vector 2 from, what is it? What, I don't know what it's called. Get random point, I think. Yeah, except for that should be obvious from here. Get wander target. Okay, yeah. Get wander target calls get random point. Yep. Get wander target in many cases, which calls get random point, which is not very performant since it involves marshalling. Okay. What next? Static. I'm not doing this. All right, next up, move process to physics process. This one's not necessarily big because if someone has the game set to 60 FPS, then process and physics process run at the same frequency. They don't run in the same order that they probably should, but I suspect that many places we have process should not be process. There's something else I noticed yesterday, which is, can I plug this in? Where's my controller? I wonder if this is going to repro here, because the repro's on the Steam Deck, and I don't think it's Steam Deck specific. Is this even on? It's not on. Is it going to work? No. Okay, let me plug this in directly. It's plugged into a USB hub right now. I don't know why, but the hub doesn't let this work. Sound going crazy? Oh, sorry. Wait, did it stop? Getting feedback. Yeah. It should have stopped. Okay, sorry. Was that like high pitched? I did not realize it would do that. Sorry. Low hum. Okay. I hate that is. Like a transformer hum. Oh, it's probably a 60 hertz, like, what is it called? Ground loop. Because I have two different USB things coming from different sources. Okay, so now the controllers are working. So here's the issue that I had. I think we can probably repro this. Let me turn this off. Oh yeah, you can see this. So take a look. When I move the camera up and down, do you see how the timers, I know this is kind of hard to see, but the timers are moving, like they're bouncing farther away from the treasure chest? I think that's caused by this, and it doesn't happen when you pan the camera with the mouse. So I really want to look into that, but that was kind of a funny bug. I don't even necessarily care if that makes it in the game. It's not that bad. But it does look kind of stupid. You see it moving in a circle. What time is it, by the way? 12:06. Okay. Ooh. All right. Well, let's go look at this then. We have a lot of these to look through. I think it's 46, 44. Yeah, this is rather unfortunate. Did you get any drops? Any frame drops? I'd have to analyze through here. I don't think we'd see frame drops on my Mac. But if I go launch the game, where is this? It's monitors. Yeah, if I launch the game through here. Oh no, that was just the Mac. I was just playing with the controller. Okay, so we turn off VSync. And now if I just look at, where is it? Here. Okay, yeah. So here's the FPS. It's running at 120 FPS on the title screen. But if I go over to here, now we're actually in the game. And it's got battles open. I should probably close those. And let's see what it's running at now. Yeah, it's still 110, 130, 120. And I'm kind of surprised. Like, I feel like it should be running way faster than this. It says 237, 215. Now it's down to 120 again. I think we're probably doing a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Yeah. I just don't know why it's not running faster than even this. I guess it's because process is taking too long. Maybe I should just chart that too. How is it even running at 120 frames per second if process is taking 24 milliseconds? Shouldn't it be running at 60 frames per second? Huh. Are you serious? Every debug menu needs a giant GC button. Yeah, I don't know if pressing that is going to do anything obvious for us here. Click. Yeah, I don't know if there's a difference. And changing the game window size, does that matter? It should, right? I'm rendering way less. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't. I think it just means that we have a lot of CPU blocks in the form of process. Is the FPS locked? No, it's not. VSync is off. If I turn it on, it should just set it to 60 now. Yeah, now it's at 60 constantly. Wait, process time doesn't change? What? I don't think I understand that part. So now it should be running at 30 FPS. Okay, that's interesting. Why didn't process change between 120 and 60 FPS? It should have. Because running at 30 FPS is going way faster. I sloth at you. What is it measuring? It's 16. It should be 60. Yeah, that's why I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. Like if I set this to 60, process is at, process is back to being pretty low. Strange. Okay, well, anyway, I'll need to look into this some more. I'll just keep VSync on, quit the game. And then like look through all process calls and see if they're doing anything that can be, I don't know, deferred for some time. God, there's so much stuff here. So much stuff. You know what I want to do before I probably go get lunch? Wish I could settle with Google Docs. I mean, I also use a bunch of different things too. I use Obsidian quite a lot. And I've published a ton of my Obsidian notes to this site. I don't suggest just like randomly looking through these, but if you ever see me typing notes into something like, you know, this thing, then probably within a week or two it'll be online. And if you ever want, I can put it online sooner. Okay, so yeah, the last thing I think I want to do before lunch is to put this on the Steam Deck and see if these improvements have helped. So I have the code to do this, right? Yeah, I didn't delete it. So I think I should just be able to do this and click play and have it work. Yeah, nice. This just failed immediately. This is exactly what this should be doing. I don't understand this. I have not touched SteamGuard in the last day as far as I know. So my theory about how SteamGuard is causing this to clear the cache cannot be true, or I might be misremembering. But I think I'm not misremembering. So yeah, something is clearing the credentials in Steam CMD. All right, well anyway, engage privacy mode. I'll fix this. Give me a sec. I gotta do this off screen, of course. Yeah, it says cache credentials not found. Why? Man. Approve. Okay, I think we're back to working now. Let's try this out again. Nice. All right, so we want to... Why is it asking me about build flavor? I always want to push the release version, right? Oh, I probably just didn't comment on more of that. 092 still. Actually, I probably should have made that something different. Okay, well, this is going to run, and then I'll be able to put this on Steam, and I'll be able to test it on my Steam Deck. And I guess I can cast it to my screen, too. I'm trying to find the builds here. Here it is. All right, so this should finish pretty soon. It only takes like 25, 30 seconds. And now we say upload to Steam, yes. And that should finish within about 5 or 6 seconds. Okay, maybe slightly longer. This can't hang, right? Okay, good. Yeah. Isn't casting going to hit the perf? Yeah, probably. But at least then you're able to see something. So it's a matter of do I do the most perf friendly thing or the most stream friendly thing? Given that I'm testing perf, I should probably do the most perf friendly thing. You got a keyboard cam? I have a keyboard cam. Yeah, I could also turn and hold it like this, and then you can see. All right. So first, let's try the streamed version of this just to see, does it update? It does, right? Yeah. Updating game, 92% complete. Okay. So yeah, let's do the stream version and just take a look. So I can just play on the Steam Deck now. Put on the keyboard cam. The thing is, you're not going to really see anything all that interesting. It's just going to be on the screen too. But let me get the performance overlay. Where is the performance overlay? There. I know you can't see this, the performance overlay, and I also just am not pointing it at the camera. There we go. Okay, story mode and continue. All right, so frame rate sucks at the beginning. That's okay, it's loading. It's running at 60 FPS. Totally fine, totally fine. Oh, it just dropped a bit. But that was when the battle started. In fact, I was never testing with battles, and I will need to do that eventually. But let's turn these off for now. I just want to see if, like, in the town view, does that happen? Yeah, it dipped again. It's going to dip every once in a while. Sorry, I'm not putting this in the keyboard camera. I'm looking at the frame rate detector thingy, and it's at a smooth 60 right now. And then every once in a while, it's just going to dip, and I do not know why. And I've looked into it a lot yesterday. I could not figure it out. It's been at 60 pretty consistently, though. Still at 60. Oh, there. It dipped. How long did it take for that? 76 milliseconds to do one frame. Does it dip when you don't cast? Yeah, it does. So that's what I'll do next. Now you won't be able to see this, but I'll quit this. I don't think it's garbage collection. I don't know if you saw it in there, but I added a button that says GC on it, and when you click it, it garbage collects. It doesn't seem like that causes an issue, but it could be garbage collection. It could just be some of the garbage collections do that. So yeah, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, I'll try on just this. Hey, shareholder. Okay, so I have this here. Like I said, I don't really know how I can show this off all that easily. I guess. Oh, yeah, I can't really do that. All right, let me just try it. I'll just narrate. Yeah, sorry, there's no easy way. All right, I'm going to close out of the battle windows. Good. And now I'm just going to take a look. 60 FPS. Yeah, so a frame just jumped up to 83 milliseconds. It's just such a jump. It's 5 times what a frame should take. They're supposed to run at like 16, 17 milliseconds. And it's okay if it dips a little bit, you know, it goes to 18 or 19. I don't really care about that. But when it jumps to 80, it just makes me think, how am I the one doing it? It's got to be something like garbage collection. So yeah, maybe we can cut down on allocations or something. Yeah, if I press the garbage collection button, it does make a frame take 16 milliseconds longer. But then shortly thereafter, I made it take 80 milliseconds again. Possibly get a frame capture from Steam Deck. Yes, it is. And when I tried this, okay, so here's the other thing I noticed when I was doing this, is Steam Decks have 2 modes. They have desktop mode and they have gaming mode. And gaming mode is what you see here. It's like there are no windows here. It's, oh, nice. It's getting green screened out. There are no windows here. It's just the game. It's full screen. If I were to cancel out of this, I'd go back to like Steam OS. And that's what this looks like now. Desktop mode looks like just a Linux computer. When I'm in desktop mode, I don't see this happen. So then I looked up like, okay, what are the differences between desktop and gaming mode? And one of the things about gaming mode is there's a whole bunch of stuff here. You see that on the side. I don't know if it's zoomed in well enough for you to see, but there's things like, what does it say? Disable frame limit, allow tearing, half rate shading, TDP limit, manual GPU clock. I don't have any of these things turned on. So like, I don't have it throttling somehow. I don't have scaling. Gaming mode runs in GameScope. Yeah, so GameScope is what I was thinking could potentially be a problem. And one of the things that maybe points to this is the game is supposed to run at 1080p. Steam Deck is 1280 by 800. So what I have to do is I have to run it full screen. But full screen should use the native resolution. You're not causing the influx of garbage. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. So yeah, also at some point we do need to look at battles. Need to profile battles. Starting, battling, and ending. And need to see if any allocations are happening that shouldn't be. Every two list is potentially an issue. Oh, it always had issues with game scope and performance. Yeah, so I don't know what other games do about this, or if this is just kind of generally an issue. Do other people making Godot games complain about game scope? Yeah. But hey, majority of the time it seems like it is running at a pretty good frame rate. Let me just take a look at this really fast. With battles open, it does look like the frame rate drops more frequently. Battles are doing quite a lot, and they're probably allocating quite a lot as well. This I can just cast at this point. I don't think it really impacts the frame rate all that much. Is it connecting? What's going on? I clicked this, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, so we have two battles running, and there are quite a lot of battlers in those battles. And as I move the camera around, you should see stutters here and there. They should be visible. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it like not totally running at 60 FPS every once in a while. But it's not bad. And like I could add in, I have the debug menu here. I could add in a bunch of customers. I could add in some more workers. I can get the garbage slime and this perk. We could get this maxed out. So now it'll eat all the items on the ground when they disappear. Yeah. Yeah, it's at 60 right now. It just dipped to 50 for a bit. That frame took 101 milliseconds. It's just, yeah. It probably has to be garbage collection. I just don't have any other explanation for why that happened. That one was 97 milliseconds. Okay, well, I guess that's what we'll look into next. Yeah, that's probably what we'll look into next. Can we see garbage collection stats somewhere? Find out how long it took? Does it only dip when you're moving the camera out? No, but that's what makes it the most obvious, I think. But yeah, if I just sit there, it doesn't. Or sorry, it still happens. Is it worth doing it every frame to see if it helps? Probably not, and I assume that would add more overhead. Like, I should probably just cut down on the allocations. I'm actually kind of surprised that with all the changes I just made, there isn't more of an impact. It does kind of make me think I shouldn't be looking at these kind of micro things. I'm not sure that optimizing for like marshalling issues is worthwhile. Doesn't seem like it had a noticeable impact on my Mac or my Steam Deck. Yeah. Feels like garbage collection may be a bigger deal, as would poor algorithms. Like we did provably speed up bits of the game with all those commits I just made. I don't know why it's not having a bigger impact. Because some of those things happen like hundreds of times over the course of just a few seconds. And we are. Yeah. All right. I don't know. So I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to eat lunch. When I come back, I'm going to stream again. I'll try to do a full day today and we'll try to take a look at, how much are we allocating? Like, I suspect that calling toList everywhere is probably causing an issue. We don't even have that many when you consider that these ones aren't even mine. And this is in a markdown file. So the number of toLists that we have are 97. I mean, this could potentially be problematic. Some of these are done at initialization times, so like none of those matter. So 67 remain now. So yeah, some of these are probably an issue. So I should probably take a look at those. And toList is not the only potential problem. We also do this every once in a while, which we have 60 results for. Yeah, so anywhere that there are allocations. I wonder if we can track those. Even the spread operator. Is it potentially an issue? Can we see how many allocations we're doing and where? That'd be the best. Think it's necessarily your code or more Godot calls? So, a couple things. One, it is probably a combination of the two. And two, I can't run my code outside of Godot. It is like thoroughly coupled to Godot. Lucifer, you can link the issue if you want. I could also try to go find it. 105,750. Okay, yeah. I mean, I might as well type it in chat at this point. All right, this is from 2025. Posted this as a comment in a separate thread before. I think it might be important enough to lift its own thread as we're getting desperate. Currently working on a 3D game, doing lots of physics queries for camera collisions, feelers for adjusting camera. All it takes is a single call that does a heap allocation per frame. If the game is running enough FPS, this means potentially a couple of hundred times per second. Might cause stuttering by calling it once per frame, since the string is not actually a regular string, but a string name. This I've worked around already because I had the same issue. Now I have an entire thing of just string names that get allocated. Of course, you can cache it, and all is fine and dandy, but this is easy to miss, potentially cause stuttering. It's almost impossible to find without proper profiling tools. Also means that get nodes in group will also cause frame time spikes and stutters, since this returns a collection. Can work around this as well by creating your own one. Yeah, this is how I feel about like all of the C# stuff that I've been learning in the last couple of days. Happens faster if you run uncapped. Also like it happen if you run 60. Yeah, all right. Implemented in 4.5 dev 3. Does the issue still exist? What is this? Avoid unnecessary string name allocations on not implemented virtual get and set method call. I should probably test on 4. Whatever this is, 4.5. Oh, it seems to still be an issue. Test it again with dot memory in case anyone needs a more specific GC pattern. Dot memory. Implement source generator that generates interceptor calls that redirect the invocation. That's kind of crazy. For the method that returns arrays or Godot collections, you can modify the binding generator to create an overload method that'll fill the result values into an additional I collection parameter. Hmm. Deliberately overloading the GC by frequently calling expensive APIs. Huh. Get a stack trace. Yeah, I don't think that'd be easy to do though, Cleus. Using something like micro benchmarking tool, you can get benchmark results on functions, even if they tie into Godot. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just measure it like what I was doing. Yeah, I've been doing that. ToList returns an array, not a linked list. I like it when languages use similar names for different containers. Does it? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure I'm calling ToList on things, and like this, for example, we did ToList. Well, it doesn't know what type this is, but I guess we can do it on targets. Targets.ToList. Yeah, this returns a list. And I'm like pretty certain it's allocating a new one. Lists are array backed. Well, yeah, but something's doing a heap allocation and get you the array that's back in that list. Hey, McSource, things have been going pretty well. We've been knee deep in performance problems. Well, not really problems, just trying to figure these things out, though. The performance of the game is actually pretty decent. It's just it could be better. All right, I want to finish reading this. Then I want to get lunch. True comments directed to me specifically. I agree there should be guides on how to avoid these. Hmm. Currently, there's at least one console platform that will lag even if core GC is used. Huh. Reduce interfacing between. Yeah, see, this is another thing that I've been doing. Just stop calling into Godot stuff. It just feels wrong. And like I shouldn't even be using Godot if that's going to be the case. The string name implicit cast. I was contemplating using something like that. I don't think we're going to get to a solution by the end of this, especially because it's still open. Hi, Ayers. Thanks for the resub. Happy 2/3 of a year. What you doing? We're still working on performance issues. I mean, it's only been a couple days, although we have done another day before that too. And I've improved a bunch of stuff, but it's not good enough to make things great on the Steam Deck. And yeah, I'm beginning to wonder how long of a project is this going to be? Because I haven't even gotten to the things like pooling text. Where's that? Yeah, this. Oh man. All right, well, let me finish reading this. What else do we have here? Yeah, this is how I feel too. Better fixed than a Roslyn analyzer? Is this the thing that was closed eventually? No. Yeah, man. Implement non-allocating APIs. Alternative hard-coded non-allocated methods. Okay, well, let's write this down too at some point. Talks about frame spikes from garbage collection. that is sometimes very hard to avoid. What's the main blocker? Who's stealing all the frame time? So it's really hard to know because of a couple things that are happening. So one, I profiled the code and I have addressed all of the biggest stuff and it's not having much of an impact on the Steam Deck. So then I tested on the Steam Deck and I did some profiling and the issue seemingly wasn't present unless in gaming mode. So actually that's probably what I should do after lunch is look into that. First thing after lunch, look into why game scope, well, yeah, look into why gaming mode may have this problem. Is it game scope? Do other people complain about this? Would changing the native resolution of the game do anything? Actually, does using that integer setting in the quick settings work? Not sure how many lists you have, but are your lists generally sorted or unsorted? Sometimes sorting lists before performing operations can increase performance. I think this has more to do with allocations and the garbage collector. Because I think I've looked into a bunch of other big offenders here and they just didn't end up really making a huge difference. Maybe you can log when the GC runs. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do that too. And then, yeah, second thing is probably look into the garbage collector. Are you using a Linux build or Windows build? It's a Linux build. Yeah, native Linux build on the Steam Deck. So there's no like translation layer going on or Proton or anything. But I got to get food. So yeah, it's 12:36. It's been 4 hours. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go eat lunch. I'll come back. I'll continue to stream. And we'll try to figure something out. So thank you all for watching. Hopefully we get some satisfying conclusions this afternoon or maybe early next week. See you.